Oh, out of the out of the intro missing. Tonight's been a whole bunch of fun and games. So
Hi,
we're
Mum.
automatically. Him too. That was a bit strange that intro, but anyway, look, it really doesn't matter. Intro with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but
Poor Neil.
I'm sure
Neil's been cut.
That's right. Cutting. It's all to do with cost. We can't afford him anymore.
He was only on probation anyway.
So
It doesn't matter.
That's right. G'day and welcome to this episode of An Atheist, a Believer, and a Pastor Walking into a Bar. This show has been slapped together very quickly. Peter Bro, thanks for your coming on this Wednesday night, the 26th of February, 2020. We've just gone Australian Western. I'm from Perth, Western Australia, live on YouTube. Now, came across this idea this afternoon over a nice beer. Ever wondered why every image of God is like usually an old man with a beard and a grey hair? Coincidence or not, or total male dominance? We've talked about this a little bit before. God only appeared to about 5 people in the Old Testament. All of them, the men. There was Isaac, there was Abraham, and a couple of others. The disciples, Jesus, were also men. One was considered good enough, intelligent enough, maybe smart enough. Why? Because women weren't educated back then. They contributed a single word to the Bible, that they were never. Why? Did they want to, in fact, of it? Most likely because at the time when the Bible was written, men dominated and perhaps deliberately prevented them from being heard. Who knows? What has changed? Not much. So what if I've got a man? Probably not. Female? Who knows? Would we be witnessing what's happening in the US if women were only considered equal, or truly considered equal? If the Bible is to blame for the lopsided outlook the world has women. Tonight on this podcast, An Atheist, a Believer, and a Pastor Walk into a Bar, we're going to dig deep into the big questions, and that certainly is a biggie. You can join us on YouTube this Wednesday, the 26th of Feb. Nice to have your company just after 8 o'clock Australian Western Standard Time. It's interactive, so join in. Would love to hear your comments and see what you have to say about the whole thing. So we got Jace, Luke back after, I don't know, he's either on holidays, flipping around or doing dad things with school and stuff. But that's it.
Sorry, it dropped out there, Rowie. You're skipping in and out a little bit.
They're still doing that, is it?
A little bit.
It's almost like your internet link's really busy.
You what?
What are you downloading?
What?
Tell everybody in the house they need to stop watching Netflix.
Okay. At the moment, we're currently running at about just under 1,000 Mbps, so I don't think there's any problem with connection. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, actually, what a flex.
I might try something else and go direct. I don't know if you guys could still hear me.
Yep.
It should be any second.
No, still hear you.
That off as well. All right, will you hear each other?
Yep.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I turned off Wi-Fi and just went what's it called? Optic.
Ethernet.
No, not the Ethernet. What? I can never think of the bloody name. Direct feed to your house from the street, as opposed to the copper wire which we had before. What's it called?
Well, your fiber.
Hey.
Fiber.
Mm.
Okay. I don't know. Just guessing now.
What is it? It's fiber. Yeah, fiber.
Now you're still dropping out, mate. I'm getting every other word. It's making really hard.
Wow. Okay. Among yourself, I'm just going to reboot.
It's like the old, what's that movie? Dude, Where's My Car? Where they're trying to order Chinese, and it's like he's deliberately dropping out every second word just to annoy the person who's behind the counter, and yet she still somehow understands every word.
No and then. No and then.
No and then. The funny thing is, and this does not make me a good father, I know, but when my kids were really young, and I'm talking like 10, 12 years old, it was like their favorite movie. That movie was played at least 2 or 3 times a day.
Oh, mate.
When we look at it these days, and you realize what that movie was really all about,
Absolutely. It's a cracker. Absolute corker.
No, Roey's still here. I thought he was rebooting, but he's still here.
I'm trying to reboot. What's going on?
You got Gremlins.
Gremlin. Oh, there's another good movie.
Oh, classic. Until they made Gremlins 2, which was just an absolute.
It's awful. Yeah. We went to the Gold Coast and went to, I don't think it was Movie World. It might have been Movie World. Was it Movie World? Was it Dream? No, it must have been Movie World. And they had the Gremlins ride. It was like a ghost house, with a little cat. That was good. That was good. I enjoy a good theme park.
It's funny when I obviously went to a few theme parks whilst I was away, and it did get me thinking how, particularly at Universal Studios in Florida, we went on the ET ride and a few others, and even the like the intro, the video that they show as you're lining up. Yeah, it was recorded when it was released, sort of thing, and it just made me think how they must put so much money into these rides that they just hang around way longer than But if they hang around long enough, it then becomes its own cultural type thing because people then know about it. They're like, I haven't seen the movie, but I know the ride. So
yeah. Actually, at Movie World, I think it was coming just to the end of its particular period of time. Right at the back of Movie World, they have this. It's a movie set, but it's designed so that they can actually do car stunts and all that kind of thing. And it was the Police Academy show. Now, I mean, truly appalling movie that was sort of funny and sort of not. But what they did with the live stunts and the live action was just mind-blowing. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's like they still do the Waterworld show.
Right.
So the biggest bomb ever, but the show is legendary.
Have you seen the movie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was a bomb, but it actually, in reality, wasn't that bad a movie.
No, I agree. Yeah, it was. I've seen far, far worse. But there are some movies that are really good, but they bomb, and even critically sometimes when they're first released, until it's like people realize down the track, oh, actually, no, we were wrong.
But the opposite is also true. The Substance, which has just won a whole bunch of awards at Cannes, and I think Demi Moore won an award for it. That is a truly appalling movie. It's one of those movies where, I'm happy to admit I watched a pirated version of it and I still want my money back.
You want your bandwidth back.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen the hype for it, but I haven't really been fussed in watching it. I've been on a bit of an old movies kick lately. The Big Lebowski, classic.
Oh. Big
Trouble in Little China.
Nice.
Some of the old classics.
Goonies, of course. Stand By Me.
Yeah. I haven't watched it recently, but it's a cracker. Yeah.
What we've been doing is we got the IMDb Top 100, and we're just trying to work our way through all of them.
Oh, it's pretty good. That's a good.
Forrest Gump. Make sure you watch that again.
Absolute cracker.
Yeah. Shawshank Redemption.
Yep. Brilliant. Seven Samurai.
Roey's there, but I hear no audio again.
Do you know Aslan? You know Aslan?
Auslan, yep. Days of Thunder, mate.
Oh yeah, sensational.
BMX Bandits.
BMX Bandits. You're on a Nicole Kidman run. So good. Point Break.
Oh, so good for all the wrong reasons.
I've been listening to this podcast called What Went Wrong, and it's just it's actually fantastic. The way I got onto it was because we were showing my son all the Aliens movies, and we got to Alien 3. And Alien and then Aliens are crackers. Alien 3, we would just like I'd seen it 100 times, but we were just, even just rewatching it, we were like, what happened to that? That was a train wreck, terrible movie.
And even what they've been doing lately with like all the Prometheus franchise, I mean, it's appalling what they've done to that whole world.
I know. It's so convoluted.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, thank God for that. I don't know what's going on. My computer.
No, he's still doing
strange. I couldn't put down StreamYard. It just it took me forever.
You're still breaking up really badly, mate.
Oh, okay.
You look good, though.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, stunning. Looking beautiful tonight.
Thanks.
Got a glow about
you. Thank you.
Did you do your foundation yourself, or?
Yeah.
No. He's got a team for that, mate.
What a team.
After that episode with 700 views, he started hiring.
I understand.
Scaled up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We're going to go ahead.
You're a bit jittery.
Am I also failing?
Now, audio is good, but the video's it's like, how we usually watch at 60 frames per second. It's kind of doing like 4 frames a second.
Oh boy. Okay.
So it looks like it's
there's
your
all
show
sorts of bandwidth issues.
Hey.
Exactly.
I don't know. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try something. Let's just try and find something to talk about other than movies. I'm going to shut down my OBS and reboot, see whether that actually fixes any of the problems we're currently
I might try
experiencing.
something
So just if you are watching at home and you can hear it, apologize profusely. We're trying to get our shit together. Unfortunately, we have got our shit together. We just can't pick it up. So bear with us while we do some repairs.
All right. I've got no audio from anybody at the moment.
No, I'm here. I was just muted.
Got you, Luke. Is that motion any better?
Yeah, much better. You're a new man.
Whee! Yeah, we got Roey's audio too. I want to know how it is that you're always so clean cut and freshly shaved and freshly hair done. Like, have you got a hairdresser in the family, Luke?
No, just a standing 3-weekly appointment with my barber.
Your team.
My team, yeah. No,
anything, guys? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
no.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we gotcha.
You got?
We got
right.
No, it's gone again. No, he's frozen now. Oh no, he's back.
Can you hear me?
I just keep getting distracted by the very phallic-looking microphone.
Right.
It's very suggestive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what can I tell you? Can you hear me or not?
Don't put a windsock on it.
No, but it is. It's actually out of sync with your face now as well. Yeah. Are you doing that on purpose?
All right, let me just go back into let's do 1080. That's on there. Okay, cancel automatic. Okay, so are any words cutting out, or is it you can hear me okay?
Much better now.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next Wednesday around the same time.
It's been so good.
Best episode yet.
Look, it's been very controversial, and I expect at least 7 people to get involved. Had a couple of interesting people, which was really nice. Particularly who's walked a very similar path to my story. He said he was going to back again. It has one of those word names, but found out what his real name was, other than it starts with but hopefully he will join us. Hopefully you can join us as we talk about the dominance of men in the world and just what part the Bible in it to the point where we are now in America, extraordinary dominance of men, rich men. It's a bad combination when you have men who are already powerful, but they're also filthy rich. Between the three of them, they have, what is it, more money than the 74% or something else in America. It's just extraordinary. Men, Bezos, Musk, and of course could, as far as
I'm getting more silence than I am voice, Roey.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Really? I don't know what to do.
Do you have a different mic?
You got any other apps open that you can close?
I've got tons of them that I can. I think it's going to make much difference.
It definitely sounds like it's when you have VoIP phone calls and it doesn't have priority and there's other traffic on the line. It's that kind of effect. Like, I know that you've got a big bandwidth into your house, but it's almost like inside the house there might be things going on.
Not really, unless our dogs manage to hijack something. I'm not sure. He's pretty clever.
Explore that. You should explore that.
You think? What I can try and just maybe shut down, just shut down the actual reboot the Mac and start again.
Do you have a different
I
cord
can't
for the
think what
mic?
else. I've already done the changed USB. It fixed it early, but I have a distinct feeling it's something to do with my Adobe Audition. Which actually,
Yeah, because it's not just it does that robotic thing, but there's clicks before the silence as well. It's just a weird sound.
Have you got a gate on it or something, or a filter?
He's
Like
freezing as well. It's a bandwidth issue because he's freezing. The video is also freezing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I wonder if his machine's actually downloading like a really big system update or something in the background.
Yeah, but he's got like 1 billion megabytes per second, ultra high. Musk is jealous of his internet connection.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Cute.
Try a reboot. Or just, can you do it without Adobe Audition?
Oh, Audition's shut. I've closed it twice. Actually, what I might do is actually take it off.
Your shirt?
I'm gonna remove it from remove it from the dock. So that it's completely gone. I never have any trouble with this Mac like this. I don't know what's going on, but is that any better? Can you hear me any better, or doesn't it matter?
It doesn't always happen straight away.
Sorry?
No problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, according to this, everything seems to be working, but I'm just...
Did you reboot before, the whole computer?
No.
Is the USB plugged into a hub or directly into the machine?
Into my Mac.
Didn't catch any of that. I'm just hoping he doesn't point the camera any lower because we all know he broadcasts in his undies.
On a good day, he's in the undies. Usually,
yeah. And it's those big tidy whities as well. It's not a good look.
Yeah.
Huh?
Although his OnlyFans has a lot of subscribers.
That's true.
So
That's true.
It's supply and demand.
But there's not many guys that specialize in baked beans. That's why.
That's true. It's very niche.
Yeah.
It's niche. So there's a lesson there.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Takes all sorts in this crazy world.
57 varieties. That's what I've heard.
Thank God there's no viewers until about 10 o'clock every week.
Yep. Thank him. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Keeps them away until that time.
He's like, I'll give him 3 hours to get
so
started.
They can solve their technical problems. So here's news for anybody who is watching or who decides to come past this this particular podcast and look at the pre-record, the re-record. I don't know, the post-record.
If they've been watching the post-record and they're still on, they're still watching.
Recording.
They deserve.
So, this time last year. Oh my God! Look at that. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's him sideways. I had a detached retina in my left eye, and I went in for surgery, and they basically used a laser to spot weld my retina back onto the back of my eyeball, and that worked. I've had reasonably clear vision ever since. But they said to me, because of the nature of how this surgery is done, they take the vitreous humor, the gel out of the eye.
Yeah.
When they spot weld it, and then they fill it with gas. And then what happens over the ensuing 10 to 14 days is that it slowly refills itself with an aqueous humor. And it's like having a spirit level in your eye. When you go like this, it stays level and you can feel it swishing around. And they said to me, oh, yeah, no, it's weird. It's not painful or anything. It's just weird.
How long is that? For a week?
Yeah, about 14 days until it fills up. But then what happens is they reckon within the 12 months after you've had the surgery, you will get a cataract. And for 11 months, my eye was fine, not an issue. I even had eye tests, and it was beautiful. It was perfect. And then in a period of 6 weeks, it went from being perfect to being so cloudy that when I went to the ophthalmologist, he said, you're functionally blind in your left eye.
What?
So, yeah. So how's this for amazing? Our medical system, right? Our free medical system. Because I was going to get a cataract, they booked me in for surgery anyway for my left eye. I said to them, it's pointless. Nothing's wrong with it. And he went, oh, just you wait. When it happens, it'll happen quickly. So as a category 3, it meant I was booked in for about 12 months from that date. Then that 6 weeks happened where the cataract formed. I went into the in fact, to Specsavers, and the ophthalmologist looked at it and she went, oh, no, that's no good. She typed out an email to the hospital. The day after, I got a phone call saying, dude, you're in 3 weeks.
What?
Yep. So within 3 weeks, going in to have the thing replaced with a lens. And then they said to me, because there's going to be such a disparity in your eyes, even though this one didn't have any surgery, they said, we're going to put a corrective lens in here so you won't need glasses. But because that'll make a difference between your eyes, 3 months later, we're going to book you in and we're going to do the other one. So even though it doesn't need it, I'm going to end up with perfect corrected vision in both eyes, and I won't need glasses anymore.
What?
Welcome to Australia.
Pretty good.
That's awesome.
That's actually unbelievable.
What a system.
So when's that happening?
I think it's March 10th or sooner. So it's soon. And I'm scared out of my wits because someone with MS, my whole life I've been a guinea pig. I've had injections. I've had so much stuff done to me. It's horrible, but I've gotten used to it. But when it comes to my eyes, there's a major ick factor. And I've said to them, I know that you normally do it under a local, but if you think you're doing my eyes under a local, we're going to have a conversation.
No,
knock me out.
Yes.
Don't care. Knock me out.
I had what's it called, like strabismus surgery.
Oh yeah.
So, one of my eyes was kind of slightly out of a line,
right?
And it wasn't super obvious unless I'd had a drink. It became real obvious, but it kind of got worse and worse. Where I'd be trying to look at someone in the eye. I used to film church videos, right? So like part of the team sort of thing, and I was on that. And so I'd be doing the church news or whatever it is, and Dan, our senior pastor, a good mate of mine, he's filming me, and he's just like trying to get me to look into the camera. And he's like, I was like over here, so he'd have to hold the teleprompter like way to the side of the actual camera. So I'm trying to like read it, and then it would half align my eye. It got really bad.
Wow.
So anyway, I ended up having surgery for that, and they basically went in there, same deal with the eye, one of the eyes, and they just cut it, the muscle that aligns it, and then they just sort of stretched it a bit or whatever, and then they just restitched it, or I think they cut a bit of the muscle out on the other side or whatever they did to kind of realign it, and but same deal. I was knocked out.
Take a while to cope.
Yeah, a little while. Then it had to do like therapy and stuff afterwards to kind of keep it. But
Right.
funnily enough, I realized after that I saw in 3D for the first time. Like I just had no, I didn't realize it. I had no
You had
depth
depth perception.
Yeah, so I was like stereo blind, they call it, but I didn't realize that was even a thing. And yeah, so it was quite wild. So I literally remember washing my hands and tripping out because it looked like the water was kind of sticking out and was like closer, and I could see it, and I was like, what is happening? You know?
Wow.
I was used to everything being like 2D, and it still happens when I'm tired and that, like, everything goes.
That is fantastic.
That's crazy, yeah.
Isn't it good when things work properly?
Oh yeah. This is how people. This is great. You know.
That's why I love seeing those people who are colorblind putting on those color correcting glasses for the first time.
Yeah.
And their experience of suddenly seeing color for the first time, it's just amazing.
Oh, sorry to jump in, but can you hear me?
That's much better.
Hey, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You're clearer, both audio and video.
Yeah, I just rebooted the whole system. I don't know what was going on, but it was all very strange. So thank you for holding the fort.
Every IT professional will say you could have an advanced degree in computer science, and it always comes back to turn it off and turn it back on again. It'll fix it.
Absolutely. My only disappointment with Macs, you don't have Control Alt Delete, which is very disappointing. But
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
But I make do. I feel clearer. I look clearer. In fact, I look 30 years younger. How good is that?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
No,
20 at a stretch.
Well, I was
20
say
maybe.
That now makes me 75 if I do. So for those of you wonderful people out there, whoever you are that might be listening right now, thank you for your patience and sticking with us. We might actually get into some nitty gritty. Although what you're talking about vision stuff, I found very interesting. Is probably that should be the podcast talking about our physical ailments as they increase as we get older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd lose up against you blokes. Why?
Really?
Yeah, because you're old men, you know. I'm young and
shit.
Actually, no. I've got a healthy medical file going. So
good on you.
Yeah, I'll just do what I can. Join in.
I'm not old. I just spent too much time in the sun.
That's fair.
Yeah. So, guys, let's just get a little bit, not too serious, but a little bit deep, talking about how we've touched on this before with Luke and even Rich about the whole. I think the Bible has a lot to answer for, and I wanted, like I put on the Facebook post, the challenge of saying that it's hard to imagine how you could legitimize a belief in the Bible. It's so male dominant. How can it be true? How, if God has any influence in the world, how can it be so incredibly sexist? How can we have issues with Christian people? And I've just read today, or looked on the stat in Google about the amount of people who have dropped off faith because, and an amazing amount of pastors and leaders have quit because they just simply can't cope with the resurgence of hate for people, LGBTQ people, and a complete intolerance for them, and they're just going, they've just all lost the plot. And Christian nationalism is just overpowering, and the amount of people who are stepping away from the whole thing. And it kind of, I can understand the disillusionment, as it were, to looking at the Bible as a historical document and how it's influenced so negatively the world from here right up until 2025. I mean, it's no different. Well, it is different. We've improved a little bit, but it's taken a hell of a long time to become an equal world. It's just so continuously dominated by men. The Bible, hey,
We've still got a long way to go.
Do you think we're going to get there? I mean, what has to happen if you see the rise of oligarchy in the States at the moment? How does that's unstoppable? Surely,
it seems like in the last couple of months, they've gone to great lengths to just wind the clock back as far as we can, from a race perspective, from a egalitarian perspective. Yeah, in so many ways. Which I know is a different topic, but yeah, I hear it's disheartening, and my heart breaks for pastors that have quit. But I fully understand it too. It's difficult,
and it's not. That's not the only reason, of course, why they're quitting. They're also, disillusioned for lots of reasons, trying to make it fit into a modern world. It really can't fit. I think people want it to fit and believe it can fit without being too totally transparent and real about the whole thing. It doesn't fit in to 2025. I mean, there's a million and one bows you can draw on this, but you would think that if God is the God that everyone would hope he is, and I know you stand different to a lot of people, Luke, on that, and so does Rich. He would have known that this was going to happen. He would have known that we'd get to this place in 2025 where there are simply no logical answers as to why Christianity tries to fit into an ancient book which is so flawed in so many different ways. I see people running out of answers and running out of logical explanations as to what is going on, how it can be made sense of. Do you know, it's all well and good to love the character of Christ and what he stood for. It's not an issue for that, but it's also important to remember that he's not alone in that attitude toward people, the love and turning against the powers that be stuff. It's not unique to Jesus. And the rest of the Bible, in that sense, therefore, doesn't really need to be referred to in order to not be a dick and be a great person to contribute to the world. I don't understand the seemingly the necessity to want that to be real and want it to fit into 2025 or any part in history since.
Well, I mean, of course, it comes down to if you come up and you're at a loss to how you're reconciling, how you're approaching this document, how you're reading the Bible, being the fancy words hermeneutics, basically just the lens that you read through, right? How you actually interpret it, how you engage with it. If you're at a point where you're coming up and the way you're doing that, you cannot reconcile with how the world is today, the problem is going to come down to how you're interpreting, how you're reading it. And that's not to say that you keep changing how you're reading it because to perpetuate what you want to be true or to maintain a belief that you want to continue to believe in. But maybe it's a disruptive event to actually cause you to question how you're viewing it. Like, for example, if you have a literal interpretation of the Bible, and so you're saying evolution is completely wrong because clearly the Bible says that Adam and Eve were created, and that's a scientific material origins event. And I can't believe in the Big Bang and all this sort of stuff because I've seen here that God did this and this is how the world was created, right? But then you're living in this world where the science is indisputable, the evidence for evolution, things like that is very clear. And you go, well, either I have to disregard all of this incredible advance in human knowledge, all of this work done by experts and PhDs and people who are very, very brilliant people to make this fit. Or you can say, maybe that's a story designed to communicate a different type of truth rather than the material origins of the universe. In fact, maybe the author of that story had zero interest in communicating the material origins of the universe, the biological origins of human life. Maybe it's a myth and a story that is designed to communicate a deeper truth about humanity or about the relationship between God and human beings or whatever it is. And they're deep and they're rich and they're beautiful stories, but they're not science stories. This is a big thing. My kids are learning it at the moment at school. And so I'm having these great conversations with them talking about this. Adam and Eve weren't real people. But that doesn't mean we throw that story in the bin. Here's some beautiful things that come out of that story. Here's what I think the author might have been trying to communicate. But here's all the problems with thinking that they are the only two first people in the world. You know, where'd they find their wives? Who are they scared of? How's this happen? Like, and I'm picking apart all this stuff, going, okay, there's a lot of hints in this story that it's not to be taken literally. So I don't want to get to diverge too much, but basically what I'm saying is these are ancient documents and they're doing a lot and there's some incredible stuff in them, but they're not supposed to fit with the world today if we read them in that respect. Because it's
so refreshing.
Yeah,
it's so refreshing to hear you say that, mate. It mate, really is.
Otherwise, you have to stick your head in the sand or up your ass, really. Yeah, you just have to. You have to turn your brain off in order to believe. And the second you do that, that's not a genuine belief or a faith. That's a fantasy. That's a delusion, right? So if you have to do that, that's not God. And this all flows into the patriarchy conversation as well around this. But yeah, I'll address those separately, like a different bits. If you give me chunks, then I can speak to those things around that. Otherwise, my ADHD brain will take us who knows where, you know. So
I mean, I think it's another look through a telescope even closer at an evolving species, which naturally, very naturally, I would say, is male dominant. If you look back at the history of caves and cave people and men providing food and the women looking after babies and stuff, and we know that doesn't fit with a lot of people. Certainly, that's not the only roles that people have. But back then, I wouldn't assume there was an awful lot of choice. It was a natural progression between men and women. That
strangely,
sorry?
I don't know. You keep going. I'll comment on that in a minute.
I was going to say, strangely, that doesn't seem to. There wasn't a real period where that kind of stopped, and it's kind of filtered into the Iron Age period where that became self-evident because it was recorded, it was written down just how dominant men were, and you step back and look at it and go, hang on, every great story from the Bible is about men. It's and this is where it's hard to imagine that God, if there is a God, had anything to do with it, or is it just a bunch of men who wanted it to be about men, so they wrote stories about men for men, and it's still pretty much the same now. There's been changes, obviously, through in the 60s and 70s and that, when people turned it all upside down and stuff. But in the end, we still have an incredibly male-dominant world in which we live.
That's true.
I don't think the Bible can get off in any way, shape, or form scot-free from perpetuating that whole thing. Now, just let me break off from that for a second and come back to something Luke I want to ask you about. Who is God? We talked about at the beginning about the 5 people, roughly. I think the biblical records show that God exposed himself or showed himself or spoke directly to 5 people from the Old Testament. You know, I mentioned Abraham, Jacob,
Isaac,
and a couple of others as well. All drawings show God as an old man with grey hair. Who do you think? What does God look like? Who is God to you? Male, female, human-like? What does God look like to you?
Steve Buscemi.
That's what I thought.
George Clooney.
And what's amazing about that, I don't even know who that is, but I agree with you.
You'd know him. He's in like every movie you've ever seen. Weird looking guy. Amazing.
I've never seen any film in my life, so I don't know.
You'd love film. Wait till you see your first movie.
Really?
It'll blow your mind. Yeah.
Like rows of pictures. All, like, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Talkies.
The Talkies. Yeah, it's great. You'll love it.
Yeah. No, one day, I hope to get there.
Okay, so there's a few things there. So, I mean, for me, what does God look like for me? I don't know. I don't think God has an appearance. I like to picture, I mean, Jesus is God. They're one and the same, the exact essence. So I like to picture Jesus as this, this brown refugee, Middle Eastern Jew. But that doesn't mean that's what God looks like. And God doesn't have a gender. God is not male or female or anything. It's just, that's not a category that we can apply to God. And even the pictures we see. So I mean, the idea of him being him, see, it's kind of so baked into us. So you'll use that him.
Well, it's easier too to say it.
It is, and that is part of the reason. But also when you think about this, a lot of it's influenced with Renaissance art. Yeah, even in those encounters in the Bible, it doesn't really give any description of God that makes any sense. Yeah, it's burning bush or just an experience, and it's also written with Hebrew kind of language, the Hebrew abstract ways of thinking, which is very different to Greek ways of thinking that we're used to. It's very, very different. So, but these things are trying to take an idea of God and anthropomorphize it into something that we can understand, right? So when it talks about God being male, it's analogous. It's anthropomorphized. It's not even actually saying God is male.
No.
In fact, all through the Bible, you have male characteristics, and you have him pictured with male symbolism, but then also female symbolism. You have God described as like a giving birth, as a mother hen, as there's a lot of different things there that will actually try and encompass the entire essence of God in different things, because really God is all of those things. It's just easier from a narrative point of view, particularly in those stories, right? So those are stories that are taking probably different legends and tales and things that have come from different groups of people that weren't even before they were even called Israel, and then they've come together under oppression and different things, and all of these stories from the north and from the south have kind of mingled in together, and they eventually end up being put down to paper, but they're edited and they're gone through, and this kind of cohesive narrative of the prehistory, the patriarchs, they're kind of how we got to here, which is the question they're trying to answer when they're writing these things. They might be in Babylon in exile, and they're saying, how did we get here? What's different about our God? What's our history? So they're combining all this stuff. So for the narrative, that's when you have like God talking and them talking to God and stuff. It's like no one was there with a recorder, and it's like a big game of telephone. It's not, we can't have the exact words being cut down over potentially thousands of years of transmission of these stories. But at the end of the day, it's crafted in a way to communicate something that's more important. They weren't really worried about like the old video recording like we are today, like this is the factual exact event. They're like, oh no, that's boring.
But isn't that a danger within itself? though, that, as you say, there was no one recording. There was no actual proof whatsoever. It's quite possible that none of that actually ever happened. It's quite possible that nothing in the Bible actually ever happened. It could have just been the imaginings of a bunch of men who discovered some mushrooms that tasted nice.
Look, possibly these were written over a long period of time. They were culminated and collected and put together, but without, I think it's very, very probable these are not blow for blow events of what happened. There's a kernel of truth in them. Usually with stories, they're born from somewhere, and they kind of take on their own thing. And that's where it's important with how you approach the Bible and how you read the Bible. That's why the literal, inerrant approach to the Bible, it just falls apart the second you really think it through, the second you really read it, the second you do any form of scholarly study about the origins of these stories, the fact that there were editors, the fact that all of this stuff happened, we then need to say, well, okay, if this is not the inerrant word of God, the static, unchanging, documentary type style of this is what happened, right? Then what's the point in it? What's the value in it? Where is God in it? If God is in it, is he in all of it? Are there some stories where he's not in it? And I would argue absolutely. I would say that there are stories in there that they thought God was in this and he absolutely wasn't. For example, go completely destroy all of those Canaanites and including the women and the children, and all the animals also. There is no sense of God in that. But I very much truly believe that they thought that God was on that. They probably thought it was honoring God. They're in a warrior tribal culture who the best, most honoring thing they could do for their God was to attribute this victory to him, and it's bad, it's gross, it's not God, it's confusing, it's difficult, and I understand your woes with it, Rowie, around trying to interpret that and all that sort of stuff in this modern day. But it is what it is. It's a product of its time, and we need to see it for what it is. It's much easier when we let go of the fact that God did not dictate this. I don't think it was God's idea. God has not tried to carefully craft it. This is not a PR exercise for God. If it is,
maybe it should have been.
Screwed it up, But
in that sense, then it doesn't differ from
very much a human endeavor. It's a human endeavor, and because it's a human endeavor, we would expect it to read as such and it to look as such. And we do. That's where we see a lot of it. But we also see sprinkled throughout some very, very progressive countercultural things in there as well, around patriarchy, around violence, around God, and all this sort of stuff, which we can touch on. But they're the sparkling gems that you see throughout, rather than the main stuff, right?
I think that we had a perfect opportunity to get to a point where science became factual, say around about the time when evolution was proven scientifically. I think there was a great opportunity to say, okay, I think we can have all of the answers that we're looking for right now with science, fact-based. We don't have to hypothesize. We don't have to stretch the untruths or the confusion about the Bible to try and fit it into some sort of progressive way of thinking and the reality of humanity. I think it was a great chance to say, okay, gods have been created from the beginning because we didn't know what was going on. Now we do. Let's drop it all and have a world built upon science, reality, and facts and evidence. I think the world would be so much better. And this is a part of what we talked about when you were away on holidays. We left all the good stuff while you were overseas. Talking about stem cell research and the list was quite huge of the things that we could have done had it not been for the archaic objection of progress because of the religiosity of the world and people, and how it just held everything back. And it's so frustrating that we're still kind of dealing with it in this day and age, that it's such a seemingly barbaric confusing, unprovable stuff and things that don't sort of fit in, and clever people make them sound like they all kind of fit together if you're clever enough to try and pull it apart and work it all out. And the very fact that you can't read the Bible and understand it without pulling it apart requires incredibly intelligent theological understanding of stuff, which still doesn't prove that any of it's real. It's just another way of looking at it and proving that there's something in it. I'm just going to digress for a second because we do have a couple of people who have jumped on board. Oh, this was the guy from last. I think it's Jenk. I think the pronunciation. Apologies, mate. We do know that this is not what he looks like. This is a dude who's I see often on YouTube pulling apart Trump and any other stuff is good. So how do you do, fellow atheists? Well, two of us are. Well, actually, the guy in the bottom middle, down the bottom in the middle, Jace, is probably the only one that actually labels himself, I think, as an atheist. I don't call myself an atheist because I think labeling something that you're not is pretty stupid. I don't believe in Satan or Santa.
I don't call myself an atheist either.
No. Okay. Cool. So we're unbelievers at this stage. That's what we are. I don't believe in Santa, but I don't call myself a Santa theist or whatever the word applicable to that might be, or leprechauns or whatever. So I don't want to label myself as anything. A what?
A Santis.
A Santis, that's right. But yeah, we're doing well, mate. Thank you so much. You said you were going to come back next week, and you did. I hope you weren't hanging around while we were stuffing around with the technology for about 3/4 of an hour, but we're back with us again. Another one also from Musify Studios. You're good. Wow. All of us, one of us, who were you referring to? I think you're a new check-in to this podcast as well, but thank you for joining us. An atheist, a pastor, and an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. It's what it's all about. It's all about belief, a combination of some of us who believe, some of us who did once believe, and some of us who still do believe, which makes a very interesting and hopefully respectable conversation between the three of us, or sometimes.
Oh, we've lost your audio, Rowie.
Just noticed my microphone unplugged again. It's okay. So I'm not sure what you missed, but probably not much. If you have just joined us, we're talking about what God could or should or would look like if it's identified as a male or female, because all of the old drawings of God talking to characters in the Bible always had him as just an old man with a grey beard and hair, and that's kind of very stereotypical of what people have sort of minimalized God into an old bloke looking thing, and how that has impacted the world of sexism and male dominance and stuff like that. So if you want to partake in that, we'd love to hear your feedback on what you think we're talking about, and that might help us to understand what it is we are actually talking about. But it's very broad, because then it gets into specifics about the Bible, which Luke is, of course, an expert. Although I was once told, Luke, when I was a kid, that an expert is a unknown under pressure. I think that's what an expert is, an indistinguishable thing under pressure. Hence the spurt. I don't think it's serious, but
it felt like it. Far from it.
I can't hear you guys now. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
You can hear me. Great. Now I've lost you.
It's like a Zoom call.
Bugger. This is not fun.
All sorts of issues this evening.
Oh, my mic's still working. No, it's not.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, it's not. Hello, 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 hello. I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? I thought we fixed everything.
Yeah.
Apparently not. I'll stop talking because I can't hear you.
So you can't hear us at all?
Well, there you go. Oh, well.
Have we lost him?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's very strange. And I'm getting a little bit worried about my situation down here as well. I don't know if you can notice it, but my lights keep flickering, which is worrying me just a tad. Yeah.
In your New York City penthouse?
Yeah, that's it. And so the generator's obviously not kicking in. It's running all off my lithium-ion batteries.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Which,
excellent.
Okay, look, I don't know what, I just changed shit around and it seems to work. God was definitely portrayed as a walking, talking male early in the Bible. True. Then he became more ethereal as time went on. And I need to refer to Luke on this. As far as I can remember and aware, Luke, there was no mention of any indication of God actually communicating in the sense that he did in the Old Testament, in the New Testament. And of course, he's been silent ever since, which just causes so many people to ask a simple question, why he doesn't just expose himself to the world and explain just stuff that's going on.
Exposing yourself never goes down well, Rowie. I've tried it. I'm not allowed back into Kmart.
Yeah. And that's a real shame because Kmart is awesome. Some great deals.
Kmart, right.
Jenkins is correct. Obviously, he's referring to Adam and Eve. So that story in there, which it refers to as him, his walking, talking. But again, it's an anthropological story. It's anthropomorphized version of God. Yeah, and it's really trying to communicate the closeness of God with people. Yeah. So again, when these stories don't come out of nowhere, these stories come up to try and answer questions, like all stories. Every movie, every book, every story that we tell, they are spoken for a reason. They're not just for entertainment. They're to try and make sense of the world around us, no more so than myth and legend and these types of stories. And when I use the word myth, I'm not that we tend to have a bad understanding of that. We hear that word and we go, oh, made up, fairy tale, not untrue, right? Not fact. But in fact, it's actually the deepest truth. A myth is a story that is a truth that is so deep about so like a fundamental truth about us that we need to envelop it in a story in order to communicate it and in order to make sure that it's perpetuated through the generations. Which it clearly has. And so when we're talking about this, that myth around the Garden of Eden, it's communicating the closeness of God, but it's written and it kind of originates from a point of looking around and seeing brokenness and seeing violence, seeing stuff that is not how it should be, and trying to make sense of how that could have happened. But the takeaway from that is you look at it and you say, well, this is a God that, unlike all the other gods, clearly wants to be close with his creation, loves his creation. It's which is quite a radically different and progressive idea of God, particularly at the time. So there's that truth that we can take from it, rather than the material truth of, this is actually what God did. The second you have a talking serpent in that story, it's a pretty big clue that we're dealing with a myth, something that's full of symbols, rather than a recount of what actually happened. So we've lost Jace. Maybe lost Rowie. It's great. So I've got no one to stop me from just rabbiting on. It's perfect. I feel bad for you guys listening. But it's I guess this idea of this idea that the Bible God mustn't be true because the Bible is flawed. It doesn't really hold up, because for me, who's to say that that's God's plan? I'll roll you back.
Yeah, I was listening to the whole thing. I just wasn't.
Great.
Yeah, no, it's good. It was good.
Excellent. Yeah. I was just touching then on the end. I thought you were gone, so I was actually going to have a dig at you. But now that you're back, I'll get back in my box.
No, feel free.
I'm joking. Wasn't really.
Let's see what you made.
No, not a dig at all. No, I was just saying that for me, like that idea that because the Bible is flawed, it doesn't make sense, because if God was real, he would have created this thing that's timeless and that's full of absolute truth, and that we don't need to interpret it just is, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, that's a possibility. That's certainly a possibility, but it's one of many possibilities. We just don't know enough. Yeah, we don't know what the best course of action for God to do would be, because it's so outside of our possible comprehension. So it's not something that we can hang our hat on, for me at least, to say, well, God wouldn't exist if otherwise he would have done this differently. Yeah, it's like,
yeah,
it's something that we can't comprehend. Like to a doctor in the 1700s, if we were to say that this thing called cancer is attacking someone's body, so what we're going to do is we're going to inject them full of poison, radioactive poison. They'd have no idea what radioactive meant, but the idea of that, they would say, what are you talking about? That cannot possibly be true, that if you pump someone full of poison, that you're then going to somehow save them from this incurable disease. And yet we do. We now know chemotherapy is a treatment, successful treatment for cancer. But it wouldn't have made any sense to them. Now that's obviously, we're talking on a whole nother level here, but we just couldn't possibly understand what the best course of action is, or the length of time. Maybe in this grand plan, everything is sorted out in the year 3050. And so in the year 2025, it looks hopeless and shit house, but we're nowhere near the end.
In the year 25. I mean, I think there's going on the current trajectory of belief throughout the world from the biblical times to, well, of course, it was an explosion of, once the Bible became the world's bestseller, there was an incredible explosion, an incredible amount of people believing and joining church, massive. But as it's gone on, the amount of people that are dropping off, and I think it will eventually get to the point where it just becomes, I think it's irrelevant now, but it still means so much to so many people. Like, if you couldn't have a good, happy life, only way you could have a good, happy life and be a really good, loving person and all of the things that we hope as human beings, if you couldn't have that any other way other than believing in God, then I would understand. But it'll get to the point where it would just become irrelevant, because people have worked out that you don't need to have that in order to be happy or to be good. You know, the old argument, and I know this doesn't come from you, but it comes from a lot of people going, oh, where you get your morals from, mate? If you don't believe in God, where do you get your morals from? Well, where did you get your morals from before you started believing in God? We're built with them, and if you're not built with them, you're usually a psychopath or some other deranged person who somehow missed out on getting those things. Adolf Hitler wasn't born a mass murderer. He was born as just a beautiful little kid. So he turned into that for whatever reason, but he wasn't born a mass murderer. All mass murderers aren't born as mass murderers. Something happens in their life that triggers something, and that's what they become. We need to be able to step away and go, is the world really benefiting from believing in ideas, ancient concepts, which have pretty much all proven to be out of date and irrelevant now? What's the benefit to humankind to believe in a text which is so, by your own admission, Luke, confusing, wrong, contradictory, all sorts of faults. People struggle to understand how it could be so bad. And I understand the connection with, if God is all of the things that God is meant to be, perfect, loving, powerful, blah, 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 how can there be so many mistakes? It's like Adam and Eve, before they picked the fruit, and then they found out they were naked, and they found out that what sin was. God knew before they picked any fruit that they hadn't done anything wrong at that stage. So why wouldn't they take the fruit?
That's actually one of the clues that I've taught people in the past, that when you read that story and you're looking for these clues as to what this story is about, that's one of the problems that we come up against. If when you eat off this fruit, that's the knowledge of good and evil. As in, before you eat this, you don't know right and wrong.
That's right.
You cannot discern between right and wrong, good and evil. How can you possibly punish someone for eating of that when they had no knowledge of right or wrong before they ate of it? So again, it's like, that's a little signpost, because these stories are very carefully, meticulously crafted and created and have been honed over many, many, many years. They're densely packed with, they're literary masterpieces, is what I'm trying to say. That stuff, there's nothing in there by accident. That's the sort of stuff that you look at and you go, okay, that's thought through. So what does that mean? How do we then read that? What are we trying to understand here? And it's trying to make sense of the human condition, and without trying to recount the actual material origins. I mean, we got to remember the comparison between science and theology. When you spoke earlier about science being, okay, so now we have this point of knowledge where we can let go of the belief of God. But I can't see that ever happening, because they're asking different questions. Science answers the question of what and how, but theology answers the question of why. Science doesn't touch on why. It has no interest in why. Why is irrelevant.
Correct. Well, it's not irrelevant. It's unprovable.
It's unprovable. That's right. So it falls outside of the bounds of that. It's not observable. But it's still an important question. It's still one that humans from day one until today have been asking and wrestling with. And this is where theology comes. So, I mean, with science, without answering that question, why, if you let go of that, this is why science and theology or faith they don't oppose one another. They are totally, they fit together and they work, because they're working in different areas. Because without that, if you don't ask the question why, you're left with nihilism. You're left with, it's meaningless, it's accidental, it's just that. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't live a good life, that you can't choose to make the best of the time we have. Yeah, it's not like, let's burn this place to the ground because nothing means anything. But it does mean that if you let go of that completely, that deeper question of what's the purpose and the why, it's just gone. With theology, it's not trying to answer the question of what and how. That's not what the stories in Genesis are about. It's not about that. It's not equipped to be a science book. That's that domain. It's actually tackling these questions of why. And that's where these stories come in. That's what we're seeing. It doesn't mean that it gets all the answers right. In fact, the Bible, René Girard calls the Bible a text in travail, and it's my favorite description of what I think the Bible is, which is like a text in travail. So it's like a woman in labor. It's groaning, and it's kind of stops and starts. It's moving forward. It's progressing. It's this slow-moving, progressive picture of mankind's understanding of God, and trying to figure out who God is and what God's about, and getting it right and getting it wrong, and wrestling with this idea, but actually getting closer and closer to the answer. And obviously, for me, when Jesus comes onto the scene, we see this is actually who God is. This is what God looks like.
See, I don't
This
think
is
we're
what we've been wrestling with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think religion answers the why at all. I think it just gets closer and closer to proving that it can't and it doesn't. So, and I'm not suggesting science can, because it's not what science is. Not the why, it is the where and the how and the what and the when, but it's not the why. But I don't think religion answers that question either. But that's just, where we differ in where we stand. But just going through, we've got a few things coming through, Luke, which I want to check out. Kurt, which of course is a regular friend of yours here. Luke, let us know. Good on you. Well done. Fantastic. What is my humble opinion? Oh, you're good. Who's that's my humble opinion. You must be talking about me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Can't get again, Luke. What's your religious tradition? I just want to get a grasp of where you're coming from. We'll duck back to that, because there's a few things. Just get yourself a very, very, very big drink, comfortable, because I don't know. I'll probably just switch Luke on, and I'll go to bed for a couple of hours and then come back, and he'll be nice and filled in what it is. I can
answer it in 2 seconds.
It's oh Jesus, yeah, whatever, Trevor. It's a great question, and you'll enjoy the answer. But we'll just have a look at these other comments before we do. But if you're a happy kind of person, but you don't have God, you have no purpose to live. Seriously, are we going to honestly hear that at this time of night in 2025? If you're a happy kind of person, but you don't have God, you have no purpose to live. Before you became a Christian Musify Studios, whoever that might be, did you not have any purpose in life whatsoever? That is an absolutely absurd thing to suggest, that if you don't have God, you have no purpose to live. That is saying that every single person on earth who doesn't believe in God, in your view, has no purpose to live. So the option, if you have no purpose to live, if that's what you've concluded, then what do you have left? You have death, you have despair, you have dying. That by itself is a ridiculous statement, because there are billions and billions of people who have an incredible purpose to live. I'm one of them. And if you don't know my story, I was a Christian for 25 years. So before I became a Christian in 1988, I had a purpose to live. I had family, I had love, I had friends, I had everything. I had a job, I had work, I had whatever a person could want for. Then I became a Christian in 1988 and was a Christian for 25 years. I had exactly the same purpose to live, no more or no less than what I had before. And about 12 years ago, I realized that my faith was just something that I created in my head. It wasn't my choice. God just disappeared out of my life. And then I was faced with the reality of not having the comfort of a God behind me, not having someone there who I thought would answer my prayers, that would look after me and keep me safe and provide, and all of that stuff. That disappeared. And I realized that it wasn't real. And that was my choice, and that was my reality. So I decided to opt out. I now don't believe. I'm happy to God to prove me, if I'm wrong, that God is real. I haven't seen enough evidence to prove that. I didn't need evidence when I was a believer, because I had faith, and faith is what you have if you don't have evidence. And I was happy with that. And then it got to the point where faith wasn't enough. I needed evidence and I needed proof. So I opted out and decided not to believe anymore. I still have the same purpose to live. So Musify Studios, I'd really seriously go back and have a look at what you've actually made in that statement. Because not only is it not true, but it demoralizes every person who doesn't share your belief into nothingness. And that's not what life is about. As a Christian person or a believer, you should have something more positive to say to someone other than to say, if you don't have God, you have no purpose to live. It's a nonsensical statement that only makes sense from where you're coming from, and it doesn't help people who don't believe. And
but he might not have meant. He probably didn't mean it like that. It was more like, as in, what's the overarching reason, like not
Well,
that
then
you
don't make a blanket. Then don't make a blanket statement without
it's
all
harder
the,
with text.
without
hard.
all the possibility. Well, maybe someone maybe they're young and don't understand the communication process. I hear what you're saying, Luke, but that is a blanket statement, and we can only take it on face value. The only reason why we can take it on face value is if we try and interpret as being something outside of what we read, then we're definitely misconstruing what the actual message is. Text is really important in a matter of short words to explain exactly what it is. That is a blanket statement saying if you're not happy a person, if you don't have God, you have no purpose to live. I can only judge you on what that blank statement means, and to me, I've responded to it, so I'll let it go for that. None of it is contradictory. That's referring to what?
Maybe the Garden of Eden, I think, when I was talking about that.
Okay.
Talking about saying that you can being punished for eating the fruit of the good and evil when you didn't know you didn't have the knowledge.
Yeah. And as a follow-up, the fruit is not the knowledge of evil. It is disobedience to what God said. Therefore, man now knows how to sin. Yeah, I don't, and I don't think Luke does either, subscribe to that. The fruit is not the knowledge of evil. That is absolutely true. It could be seen as disobedience to what God said. He didn't specifically forbid them from eating it. He just said, don't eat of the fruit. If you do, this is what will happen. So therefore, man now knows how to sin. That's not a strange way to show people what sin is by saying this is not something that you can have? That would make no sense to them because there was no sense of good or evil or disobedience or nakedness or sin or anything. So why wouldn't they?
And this is how we know it's a story that's got layers of meaning to it, trying to communicate and trying to understand the human condition now, knowing that we have a good God who loves us, right? So that's what's trying to work out. It's like, for example, if this was a reality type thing, well, why chuck that? You're God. You created this garden. Why put that there? Why not have it somewhere that they could never, like, why chuck this one tree there and say, hey, that tree, don't eat it? It's like you tell a kid, say that button over there, don't press it.
Correct.
You do whatever you want. Do anything that you want. Don't press that button. They're going to go press that button. And Adam and Eve in this story are portrayed as kids. They don't have an understanding. So it's something in their innate humanness of curiosity, of desire. Sure, we can label it disobedience and we can label it things like sin and things like this, but they're kind of later Christian terms that we use on this. And it's hard to come at this story without centuries and centuries of different Christian traditions and interpretations. But yeah, it's there's a lot there. But
I certainly don't see it as God showing love at all. I find it quite the opposite. I find it like a trap, a setup. Yeah. Look what I did. Ha, I caught you out. Is that what God really, that would be that petty, or is it just the writers of a story trying to portray exactly what they thought? And remembering, of course, that many of these people, if we know of the 4 or 5 people that God actually talked to face in some instances, then the writers may not have ever experienced that. So their interpretation of God could be as confusing as what ours is, and thinking that that's God showing love. And yet we sit there and analyze it in 2025 going, how is that showing love? You've set them up to fail so that you could then turn around and punish them with everyone in the world for eternity. That's love?
Right.
Wow.
And here's the thing, again, this is something that these stories are born out of trying to answer a question of that time, right? So they're looking around, they're seeing violence, they're seeing different things, they're seeing brokenness, and they're saying this cannot be what it was supposed to be, right? Not with God, who God is. This cannot be how this is supposed to be. And so you're trying to work it out. Now, when you look at it from that perspective, this story is communicating, sure, we can't expect this story to get all of God right, because no story can do. We're humans. We can't do that. But if we look at the overall arc, it's saying that God's intention is for him to be walking freely with his creation in love, completely open. And there is no such thing as shame. There's no such thing as any of this stuff. It's total connection, right? And yet the author, or the origin of the story, they're looking around, they're saying that's not what it's like now. So what happened? Well, there's two options that could have happened. The general idea for most cultures around that time, for gods, the gods were petty, they were violent, they were very angry, and they were fickle. They were on and off and on and off, and it was very jealous and all this sort of stuff. And so we often would see in stories from the ancient Near East around that time, gods acting in that way. And yet the difference here is we have a God who is not like that. And so if they're looking at the brokenness around them, they're saying, well, it can't have been God that did that. It must have been humans. So therefore it's in this story, it's the humans that ate of the tree. It's that we let our own desire, our own wanting, our own need to be more and to have more than we're never satisfied. We always want more. We let that conquer us, and it caused a disconnect, and then we were out. So therefore, it's humans that initiated that, and we see a similar thing in the flood story, which again labels God as the one who's initiating the flood, only because that's all they had. They didn't have such thing as a natural flood, but then it's the humans that were the problem, and God promises and all this sort of stuff, and that's a different story. But it's the same idea, right? It's trying to communicate that.
All right. Musify again saying, you say science is facts, but were you there when the Big Bang happened? How do you know for sure? There's no recording. There's no physical evidence. Okay, well, let's start at the beginning. Of course, I wasn't there. It's not 100% factual that there was. Well, depending on what scientific ground you base the theory on about the Big Bang, there is actually evidence about the Big Bang. It can be actually viewed. The further the telescopes are being projected back into the past, that's where you can actually see the evidence of the Big Bang. It'll get to the point shortly where it will have gone so far back that we won't be able to be observable. But if you want to look into the facts about the Big Bang, check out Brian Cox. There's a number of brilliant scientists who are looking at this all the time. And yes, there is actual evidence of the Big Bang. It can actually be viewed. So check that out and see what you think and let us know.
It is a theory. It's a hypothesis. But like what you said, you can observe the universe expanding at the speed of light and expanding from a point. So there's a lot more science to it to understand that that's probably what's going on.
Yeah. And what happened to the other guy? Does he just duck out when he was? Yeah. What happened to? I was off. What happened to
Starlink? He's lost power. Laptop's fine. Starlink's dead.
So for those of you who don't know much about where we live in Australia, Perth's one of the most isolated cities in the world. It's also one of the most advanced and amazing. But further down south, about 5 k's from the South Pole, is where Jason lives in a very isolated area without a lot of technology. So it's amazing that we can even get him being a part of this. But he disappeared.
He sent a bunch of excuses. He sent a bunch of excuses on our private messenger, and I just wrote back to him and said the public is outraged with your disappearance.
Oh, there are. Okay, I'll have to have a look. I didn't see that. So yeah, interesting. So that's I thought he was coming back, but I don't know. It just seems an excuse every week that something's wrong with technology. I think he's just tired and wants to go to bed. But anyway, that's fine. Kyle, I think was on the podcast last week. If you were, welcome back. If you weren't, nice to have you. If God does not exist, then we cannot have free will. So your purpose would just be whatever has randomly worked out for survival of the self and the species. No, with a question mark. If God does not exist, then we cannot have free will. If God does not exist, then we cannot have free will. Well, okay. Have you got some evidence as to why that statement is true? Because I don't think it's true at all. So your purpose would just be whatever has randomly worked out for survival of the self and the species. We'll come back to that in a sec. So I just want to clear the ledger of the amount of comments. And another one from Kyle. Fun fact: Gnostics believe knowledge is the path to salvation, and that Jesus is the serpent, whereas the creator of the tree is an evil demiurge. What's the word?
Demiurge.
It is demiurge, responsible for the physical world and our suffering. Kyle, I don't have a lot of rules on this podcast, which I set up over a year ago. Some of the ones I do have is that I don't want to start people dishing up word salad. And what I mean by that is, my whole reason for starting this podcast is for people to present evidence and argument as to why they believe God. It's a claim. There's a claim that there's a God. There's a claim that there are biblical truths. I want people to show that is true. And whilst I believe that was interesting for you to write, it doesn't help us get to the reality of whether there's a God or not. That's the bottom line.
No, but that's interesting, because that's related to what we're talking about, the Garden of Eden. He's just saying that's the Gnostics have a take on it that inverts it all. So
yeah, I know, yes, yeah, I know, but that so what? What does that? What is that? Where do we get to with that?
Oh, it's because it's just a fun fact.
You're just buddying up to one of your mates. Of course you do.
I like it as a theology nerd. That's interesting to me. And I like the philosophy tone of the previous comment as well.
You can talk to him if you like. And I have nothing personal, Kyle. Don't get me wrong. I'm not having a go. About 4 weeks ago, I decided to stay up after midnight. And then I found that that's where most of our audience was then getting up out of bed, because we broadcast from 8 o'clock Australian Western Standard Time. It is Wednesday night. At the moment, it's 10 o'clock. So depending on where you are, there's a lot of time difference. And for people in America and Canada and right over that side of the world, everyone is asleep when we start broadcasting. So it was kind of tricky to know who was listening. And then I stayed up late one night, and we had over 700 comments from people. And it just went crazy. If I saw the word ontological one more time, I was going to scream. There's people intellectualizing, pretending to be a part of the intelligentsia, as if their arguments carried any more weight. I'm not dumb, but I'm also not a person who just loves to put, classic lines and words together that sound great, but actually don't mean what people understand. I used to be into marketing. I was part of a marketing company, and we were taught show and tell for 10-year-olds. Now, that doesn't mean you're demeaning people to being 10-year-olds. What it means is if you communicate as if you're talking to a 10-year-old, then every single person will understand. If you talk thinking that people are of the same realm that you are, with the same educational level or same grasp of the English language, if you do that, you're going to alienate a whole bunch of people who don't. So it's much easier to get your message across if you treat it as show and tell for 10-year-olds. And again, you don't have to be patronizing and talk to people like children. It's a concept, an idea that enables everyone to understand what it is. So I take that statement and go, doesn't grab me, doesn't tell me what it is that you're really trying to say. I know you want to be controversial about the whole Eden thing, or as Luke said, this is why we have different people on this podcast. I'm not interested in it. Luke is. He can indulge you and talk about it. I don't care. That's absolutely fine. Because I've got a button here that says "fuck off, Luke," and I can push it at any time, and I'll cut him off. So
that's what happened to Jason. He was gone. I thought it was not. Well, I thought it was. And look at Kyle's photo. I reckon he actually is. You
reckon that's him? He looks like a Kyle Duffy, doesn't he?
You know what? He's probably sitting there. He's probably listening to you going, all right, dickhead. I did try and tone it down for you.
Of course. I'll
dial it right back, mate.
Kyle, I reckon you're a swooner, mate. I reckon I can see you behind a microphone swooning out some classic, I don't know, some beautiful old Rudy Valley, even some Sinatra or something. So
he's got a bit of Buble about him.
Nothing personal, mate. We love people being involved and please don't let me deter you from putting in your 2 bobs worth and
Robbie's like, I want everyone to be involved and comment, and if you do, I'll fucking tear you apart.
I don't think I've torn anyone apart, to be completely honest. Which reminds me, again, it's normally, well, we normally wrap up at around about 10. But look, I don't know about Luke. I can't speak for him, but I'm happy to continue on for as long as there are people who are being a part of it and talking about it. But just think about what it is that we're talking about, and we can change tack. We do it all the time. We don't stick to the one subject. It's whatever you want to talk about. You are the reason why we are here doing this podcast. So we're very interested in what you have to say. Please don't run away or think what a dickhead I might be and stop commenting, because I already know I'm a dickhead. I don't need you to tell me. Just be a part of it and talk about interesting things. It is a fascinating subject. Belief is the most exciting and interesting subject I can possibly think of talking about. Everyone believes in something, and many people believe in multiple things. The whole human race is built up of belief. If you think about it, about astrology, astronomy, all sorts of belief, psychic healing, tarot cards. It just, the list goes on and on and on. People who claim to be able to talk to dead people. It's fascinating, and that's what the whole thing about this podcast is about belief. And so please feel free to join in. Love to hear from you. What's this? Oh, right now it's 8 a.m. That was a few. When was that come? That came up at 10:05, 8 a.m. I'm thinking you must be in the States, Musify Studios, somewhere around there, I think, for that time to be relevant. But yeah, thanks for letting us know. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of your comments, and please keep them coming. I will stay here until they dry up. Luke probably needs a glass of milk and a story read to him shortly, but
Definitely. Go.
I'll go. All right. What do you guys think of Bart Herman's public scholarship and arguments against the reliability of the NT? No idea. That's clearly not an Australian issue. Do you know what that means, Luke? I don't.
Yeah. Bart Herman, he's a respected scholar. He's a brilliant scholar. Has done some incredible work. I haven't.
In what way? About what?
He's an atheist, but he writes on the Bible and on not really Christianity, but he talks about again, reliability of Scripture, interpretation of Scripture, Jesus, the entire, basically the early church and things like that. He's very, very, very smart guy. Got a lot of respect for Bart Ehrman. Look, I don't think, and I'm not well versed in his arguments against the reliability of the New Testament. So to be fair, I'd have to read a bit more to be able to comment on fully. But from what I have seen, I don't think it holds that much weight. I mean, the stuff that he says is certainly, it's well researched, but what he formulates from his research, I don't think they marry up as much. Yeah, and there's a lot of evidence around the reliability of the New Testament in terms of manuscript numbers and all sorts of stuff. And again, we start to talk about what are we saying when it comes to reliability? Are we talking about just transcription? Are we talking about translation? Are we talking about the content? So there's a lot of different areas. And then are we talking about the eyewitness evidence and the time between the transmission of the actual text versus when these things happened and all this sort of stuff. There's a lot that goes into it, but I think the sheer volume of evidence for the reliability of the New Testament as documents that reliably attest to what was happening, I think outweighs the arguments of Bart Ehrman. But again, I say that with an asterisk because I need to read more of his stuff.
Well, as you say, it's an open statement of the reliability of the NT in regard what specifically are you questioning, and what do you think of his reliability of his? Oh, Luke's gone for a second. Okay, arguments against the reliability of the NT. I don't know. I've heard of the guy, but I don't know of what he's talking about specifically. His arguments against the reliability of the New Testament. But what do you think? I mean, what are your reasons for asking the question? Do you not subscribe to what he says? And if not, why not? Have I lost you, Luke? No,
No, I'm here.
I just can't see you. You're not getting naked again, are you? Oh, thank God for that.
I was, but
changed your mind?
Yeah, you can wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. But thanks. I think. I'd love to know a little bit more about Bart.
I was going to say, Rowie, just going back on the so we kind of touched on the old man in the sky a bit, but the second half of that, the topic of tonight, which I know we never say on topic, but the I guess the role of women in the Bible, it's clear, to kind of go back on that it's very clear that it is a patriarchal document, which is what we would expect from texts that were written in that time, right? We're talking thousands of years ago.
Yep.
I mean, if it's still fairly patriarchal now, it was significantly more so then. But actually, what was interesting, just as a side note, while I'm thinking, what you said earlier around how it was a natural progression always around, men dominating over women in society, that patriarchal type thing. Funnily enough, before humans became more urban, so when it was the more hunter-gatherer nomadic lifestyle of these tribes, it was very much equal. There wasn't really yes, men were stronger, so they would usually take that hunter-gatherer, that hunter type role, whereas women would kind of do the gathering and that. But that really meant nothing. They were equal roles. No one was better than the other. So there actually wasn't really this patriarchal hierarchy set up. It was only when we became more urbanized, when we actually started to settle down from the basically the discovery or the invention of agriculture, and where we sort of had farms. And once you have farms, you got to protect the farms, and you have borders, and you can all of a sudden there's conflict and this and that. It's settling down that started a whole nother thing, and it then shifted because all of a sudden the strength to be a warrior and to protect and this and that, it became it kind of offset it. And all of a sudden, patriarchy really was born and flourished under empire and urban development. So
is that country specific, or are you talking about in general?
Humanity. Yeah, anthropological. So I'm talking like way back, way back. But we see
later on in that, I know I've saw a lot of documentaries on villages that did buck the norm, which was having women and men both, and same in Aboriginal culture. Yes, the women obviously biologically needed to be, the mothers and the people having children, but they later on developed, I think, as far as I can remember, the ability to help the men, whereas normally the men would go out. They'd go out for a couple of days and then they'd come back and then they'd bring food and stuff and that. But I remember seeing documentaries of women being involved in that.
Absolutely.
As well. Once it got to the point where clearly they thought, well, hang on a minute, can they do this as well? That's pretty cool. Why would you not do it? I think sexism by and large seems to be a more recent development. And when I say recent, I mean, not now, but a long time ago, about male dominance, and I'd love to look into the reasons why that actually became so imperative to the development that men thought the society needed.
And that's the thing. So we see, and there have been tribes discovered that have just been doing their own thing in very, very remote parts of the world, where women were the leaders. It was egalitarian, but they were the ones who ran the place. They were the leaders. They had the most respect. It was almost like inverse, which is great. It really all developed from the increased power that males got from that warrior role once things became urbanized, once there was conflict and warfare and things like that. When you're no longer moving from spot to spot, hunter gathering, all of a sudden you've settled, you've got some crops. It's now your space, and your space you now have to protect, and you now have to defend against, and you always want more. And so then you're going to take over that other farm that's over there, and so you're going to send your warriors, and war is invented, and all this sort of stuff. But all of a sudden, the currency, the social currency that males would have as particularly successful warriors because of their strength or whatever in that space. It all of a sudden their social currency was such that they became the leaders, and it started to tip that over time into this unequal hierarchy. But funny enough, the Bible does try to address that. It is thoroughly patriarchal, but in the Old Testament, we see many examples of unexpectedly women taking front and center in some of the stories that you wouldn't expect to see from that time, particularly and named women who were like Deborah, one of the judges, and all these sorts of even Hagar, the slave who is kicked out from the wife of Abraham, Sarah. And it's like God's the one that goes to her, and she's the first one to name God. So there's like this series of firsts throughout the Bible that are done by women, even right back in Genesis, where it's got God saying that male and female are created in the image of God. That's a radically progressive statement for the time, saying that there is absolute equality. They are both made in the image of God. It's not man is made in the image of God and female are made in the image of man. Sure, there's the whole rib thing and this and that, which has been interpreted from a patriarchal point of view, but that's not the only interpretation of that. By far, it's taken from the center of him. It's equal, not the head, not the feet. So there's so much there that is actually quite progressive for the time for women. And then obviously into the New Testament, Jesus was very, very, very he did have women disciples. I know you said in the blurb that he didn't, but he did.
I was referring to the actual
the 12.
The 12. Yeah. I wasn't referring to I meant just as the hand-picked 12.
Yeah.
We're not
No,
female. But interesting. You talk about how that God mentioned men and women created. It didn't translate into anything other than that statement, though, did it? It didn't. It didn't make any difference to the patriarchy in God saying that men and women are equal, and nothing became of that. It was almost like a token, and I'm sure the tokenism isn't necessarily as we would view it in this day and age, but it's interesting that even though that there was an acknowledgement of the importance of women, they still were absolutely left out pretty much of everything. I mean, there were stories of direct connections with Jesus, with Mary Magdalene and stuff like that, and Mary for obvious reasons, but never an acknowledgement, which I always find amazing, that the Catholics have got hold of Mary and Joseph and glorified them into some sort of creatures able to grant, prayers and wishes and dreams and stuff, and as a side note, clearly that's pretty non-scriptural, creating edification of people who shouldn't have been, creating other
definitely. You certainly see that, but it's a weird thing in that when you kind of read on its surface, it's easy to see all the overarching patriarchal type stuff. But then, just like Jesus himself, there's a subversive underlay of radical undoing of that, which Jesus did in all systems, whether it was the purity system or whether it was, he's undoing all of these systems of oppression in order for equality, right? For us to love our neighbor and love one another. And so we see that particularly with women, especially with Jesus. He's even the story, even before Jesus is on the scene, it's like God chooses some 15-year-old girl who doesn't know anything about anything to literally, in the story, to actually care for God. What an important job. And it's like, I'm going to pick this girl. She's not married. She's not wealthy. She's in Nazareth, which is like backwater place. Like everything about the story doesn't make sense. He could have just wandered in from the desert. He could have been this mystical nomad who just appeared. None of this had to happen this way. And yet this is the story we get. And it's a woman. And it's the same woman who birthed him into the world, raised him, and then she's the one who's at the foot of the cross. And if you look at the cross, the crucifixion, all of the male disciples have deserted him, all of them, even his closest ones. And then there's 4 women who have stayed steadfast and are gathered around at his feet at the cross. In the face of all of the Romans, they're not afraid. The Romans could have picked any one of them and said, "Oh, you want to hang around him? You jump up there as well." That was very likely. That's a possibility to have happened. They were brutal. That's why all the disciples legged it, and yet they were there. And then there's just all of these things. It's like the woman at the well, the very first evangelist, the very first person Jesus ever says and admits that he is the Messiah. It's to this Samaritan woman who has been divorced 5 times. That's who he picks to be the very first person to go and tell the good news. When he's resurrected. She did. Yeah, she gave it to him, which is that back and forth.
No gullibility. No,
it's great. It's great. But then even once he's resurrected, it's Mary Magdalene, the ex-prostitute, who is the very first one to actually see him. And she's the one that he reveals himself to. She's the one the very first person to ever go and preach the good news. So all of these churches and Christians who say women aren't allowed to preach, Jesus picked a woman to preach the gospel for the first time. That's in the Bible. How can that not be biblical? And then the actual first church would not have happened without the financing of these very successful businesswomen like Aquila and Priscilla and all these people. It's so you see this popping up all through. They're just a couple of examples, but it's actually very, very, very progressive. Which is it the final part? Is it the end story? No. Do we have ways to go? Absolutely. It's still a product of its time. But I mean, Paul saying there's no free nor slave, no Jew nor Greek, no male nor female, all are the same under Christ. That is pretty radical for the time, for that to be a foundation. I wish the church actually took that and acted on it. The early church did. We've seemed to have forgotten it, but that's, for a product of its time, it had a bit to say. It was classic and subversive.
Mate, do you want to address the last comment? Thinking of the transmission, that's in relation to obviously to the writings of old mate Bart, I think.
Oh yep. The New Testament. Yeah, that's right. So it's absolutely correct. We don't have originals, only because there's no such thing as an original. This is like this idea of an original manuscript doesn't really exist. It kind of has this thought that there was one document, and from that document, all of these things claim, but it wasn't. There was multiple letters. These were written. There was a whole bunch of them, and in different communities. And these communities would certainly would use them and all that sort of stuff, and then they would be copied and copied and copied. So with the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran, which was an incredible discovery, we got the earlier versions of a whole bunch of stuff, not everything, but we were able to compare that with the earliest known versions that we kind of already had, and they're very close. So the idea that these so it's correct, we don't have originals. It's correct that they are copies of copies of copies, but we also have to remember that the transmission of these, they were pretty meticulous with it. But there are many variants. There are hundreds of thousands of variants. Well, maybe not hundreds of thousands of variants, but there are certainly variants in almost every single circumstance of those variants. They don't change the meaning of the text at all. It'll be punctuation. It may be a certain word. In some cases, we do have them where they are changed, and then scholars will look into that and say, well, why was this adjusted? And is that, how do we deal with that? But that's actually very, very rare. And in fact, rather than the original stuff, it's more about the translations we have today where they'll change the meanings of certain things, like the word homosexual and different things like that. That's actually more impactful on the message than any of those earlier variants. So I don't think it affects the reliability of it, purely because the sheer number of manuscripts we have, just like, I think we have something like 1,500 copies, early copies of like the Odyssey or the Iliad from Homer, and then something like 50,000 manuscripts of the New Testament. So the sheer difference is very hard to argue against. Okay,
so I'll just want to touch again on the question. I meant to go back to it. Okay, sorry about that. At 11:33 our time. And just a reminder of people who are tuning in now from wherever you are in the world, we are broadcasting live from Perth in Western Australia. At the moment, it's 10:25 p.m. on Wednesday, the 26th of Feb, broadcasting live on YouTube. Obviously, that's where you've seen us. Love to have you a part. I want to go back to the question which I promised we would talk about, saying, Luke, what's your religious tradition? I just want to get a grasp of where you're coming from, which will, same person, tie in with, so what does Luke do with the passages in the pastoral epistles? I got that right? Epistles. Where Paul says, I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. So if you can answer that one, plus talk to Kenk about your religious tradition, want to know, get a grasp of where you're coming from. Wow, that's how long have you got?
Yeah, it's very,
You got
very good.
35 seconds, mate, to answer both of them. Let's go.
So my religious tradition, went to a Catholic school, but was sort of agnostic. I mean, I believed in God, but I wasn't really sold on the whole Catholic thing because I just stirred up crap at school. And but yeah, I was always interested. But left school, did not go to church at all, and didn't really do it as a family either when I was younger. And but always sort of believed, just didn't really know what I believed. But my whole understanding of God was that picture. Then I met my now wife. She had grown up in a I guess a Pentecostal Christian sort of home. I didn't even know such a thing existed. She would go to church. I would stay home and play PlayStation. Eventually, I went. This is back in 2000, maybe 6, 7, something like that. And was blown away by this whole evangelical Pentecostal type expression of church, and it expanded my mind that, okay, maybe I didn't understand, I didn't know the full scope of what it meant to go to church, what it meant to kind of be in a relationship with God. And from that point on, I was in. I loved it, read as much as I could. I was really drawn to that intellectual side. It's been quite a journey since then. I ended up on staff. I was a pastor at a church, and have left that church and have a sort of a community with some like-minded individuals that's a bit more inclusive, a bit more progressive, a bit different, a bit more countercultural to that, I guess, that corporate sort of church model. And yeah, I guess my theology has certainly progressed as well, in terms of over time, learning more about scriptures, understanding, changing how I view and understand the Bible, how I engage with the Bible, seeing that more radical, subversive side of Jesus, and realizing that there's a lot that happens that I guess the mainstream church doesn't really focus on very much. We've made it a story about going to heaven one day when we die, or going to hell, and I don't think that's got anything to do with it. It's a story about what we do here on earth. And so look, it's definitely changed. I'm still growing. I'm still learning. I'm still very open. And the more I've learned, the more I've realized that I don't know anything. So it's that's why I love doing this sort of stuff, because I think it's important. We need to be speaking and having conversations with people who think differently from us, because the second we start demonizing one another and we start making them the other rather than us, it's us and them instead of we've already lost. It actually doesn't matter. So yeah, I guess that's my background. That's my story. It's still growing, but yeah, it is what it is. So what was the other question was, okay, where Paul talks about do not permit a woman to have authority over man. Look, there's a lot to this. There's a few different ways of thinking about it. Some people just say Paul is problematic. He's a product of his time, and he's acting like a misogynist in this thing. For a while, I contemplated that, but then I couldn't reconcile that with other areas, like where he's talking about there is no male or female, no slave nor free, Jew nor Greek. They're too radical of statements to be saying for him to then come over here and talk about this. There's the word that he uses around authority is unique. I'm pretty sure it's hapax legomenon, which is a term that basically says it's a word that's only used once in Scripture, which is it's a specific choice. And so that word actually, it doesn't really denote authority. It denotes more like an abuse of authority, which would be the same for a woman or a man to do that over each other. which when we come back to the submission, where it talks about, a woman should submit to a husband, it's talking about mutual submission. In the very next verse, it's bringing it back together, saying that they actually need to submit to one another, which many of the people that promote this sort of stuff within the church don't like to go on about. The other interesting part around this passage, where it talks about a woman teaching or having authority over a man, the context around what was happening in this particular area is the Roman goddess, which was Diana. She was worshipped by becoming a temple prostitute, like a cultic prostitute, and effectively, what would happen was women were basically drawn to. They would have to go to do this. There was a lot of pressure from Roman society. That there's a whole bunch that was going on that would financially and others that would effectively manipulate or co-opt women to act in this way in order to appease this Roman goddess Diana. Diana. And when Paul is talking about this sort of stuff, we've got to remember it's being distributed within these towns under Roman guards. So a lot of the stuff he's saying, it's subtle, it's coded. That's why Revelation is written in very unusual. Paul didn't write that, but that's why Revelation's in all weird symbol, because it's literally being distributed under Roman Empire. And so there is an argument as well that when he's talking about, I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over man, it's an allusion to this cultic prostitute demands of this Roman goddess. Shane Willard does an incredible teaching around this that is far more succinct and detailed than what I've just done. But there's a few different ways to approach this. But I think there's more going on here than I can probably just go over right now. But there's certainly more than what it appears on the surface. Although if you're bent that way, and if you're a male that's in leadership and in charge of a church, and you like being in control of women, how happy are you that on the surface reading of that, you can just go, it is what it is, that's what it says. And we see that all the time. But it's not the case. There's more going on here. But sadly, it's also been abused a great deal.
Oh, is that it?
That's it, yeah. Otherwise, if I get lost in the weeds, mate, I'll get lost in the weeds. I'll be in the Greek words and all sorts of stuff. So I need to just...
could you not? That'd be great.
I need to dial it back. I need to know my limits,
Mate, I'm surrounded with people with ADHD, so I understand.
Good.
I don't tolerate it anymore. I do understand. Okay, so we're looking for some more comments, facts, interest, questions, whatever, talking about the whole belief thing and what it is that we're talking about tonight. I'd love to know, if you're listening and you've got an answer, I'd love to know what you see in your mind when someone says God. Very difficult to step outside the early drawings of anything. I mean, Jesus was drawn as a red-headed, white-skinned, tall, skinny kind of guy that it couldn't have got the antithesis of what the Middle Eastern man would have looked like. And he was always good looking, of course, ravishingly beautiful man with a big red beard.
Like Nicolas Cage in Con Air with the flowing hair.
That's right. And so those images stick with us through time. And then we see the greatest story ever told, one of the great films. I think Charlton Heston played Moses holding on to the tablets, if my memory serves me correctly, and it probably doesn't. But so all of these images stick with us for our lives. So whenever we think of God, we always say He. We always see God as a representative of as a father figure to all of us, because that's a part of growing up as a man in this particular instance, of wanting to believe that God is like the ultimate father, the ultimate lover, the carer, the protector, the provider, all of those wonderful things, which, when you think about it, because we don't, there are a few meetings, as I mentioned at the beginning of tonight's podcast, about God talking. I don't recall, and I may be wrong here, Luke, but I don't recall God ever saying, "This is, by the way, who I am, what I look like, where I'm from, what I plan doing, blah, 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 blah." It was always very immediate conversations with whoever was standing in front of him, and talking about that. So we have nothing to go by from God's perspective on male, female, what God actually should or could or would look like according to our memories of God from what we've heard and seen right throughout our lives. We've seen movies where God's on a cloud, and it's like, or we've also seen other movies where, what's the one with Jim Carrey and
Oh yeah, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
Morgan Freeman. It's got to be Morgan Freeman.
That is a great film. That really is it's such a good film. And so we have multiple images in our mind about what God could actually be like. And God may very well be a creator, just as a creator of just a beam of light, or some sort of entity that we can't describe or see or understand. I mean, we really don't know. It's fascinating.
Well, that's exactly it. You just nailed it. God is an entity that we know but cannot fully know. You know, we can feel and see in different ways, but we can't see. And even if we did see God, God's not restricted to the form that God reveals us. It's like if you're a male and you're made in the image of God, and you're a female and you're made in the image of God, or you're a transsexual and you're made in the image of God, or you're intersex and you're made in the image of God, or if you're whatever, like you're gay or you're this and that, like all of these things that we're so quick to condemn and label and compartmentalize, and yet the Bible is unambiguously very clear. If you're human, you're made in the image of God, right? In all of its things. The Bible might describe day and night. That doesn't mean there isn't a dusk or a dawn. It just didn't. It just said day and night. Like I said, male and female. It's like there's all of this beautiful things, and they're all in the image of God. Well, that means God isn't restricted to anything. He's not one gender. You know, we can say he. And I've tried to remember and say she and this and that, and so there is, because God isn't a gender. That's just our own stuff that we have to try and figure stuff out. God is beyond that. The reason that we want to pin God down is because once you know what something looks like, once you can contain something, then you can control it. That's it's as simple as that. That's why humans want to do it. We don't like uncertainty. We don't like ambiguous. The whole reason this podcast exists is because of the ambiguity of God, the ethereal nature, that thing that no science will be able to prove, that no amount of theological arguments from me will be able to prove, that nothing, like that otherness, that thing that transcends our human experience. That's why this exists, right? Because we can't pin God down. The second, and I've said this before, the second that we can put God in a box, that we can pin God down and say, this is what God looks like and this is how God operates, it's not God. It's something else. It cannot be God if we can control it.
It works both ways. If you think you've got God in a box, you haven't, and if you don't think you've got God in a box, you don't. It's something that can't be done. And look, we can't be blamed, Luke, on,
No,
on
no.
our interpretations,
It's not a
because
malicious.
we're talking about thousands of years of even I even struggle if there is if there's an entity, a creator. I struggled with the word God, because God hasn't,
It's got baggage.
Hey,
It's got baggage. The term has got baggage.
well, but it's because God didn't create the term for himself.
Yeah.
People created the word God.
Wow.
God didn't say, by the way, just let you know, I'm God, and I want to be called God from here on in. God, capital G, unless you're referring to me in another context. But I'm the deal. This is how you will refer to me from here on in. It was never a kingship kind of. I've arrived on the bee's knees. So the word God is a man-made construct to try and whether it's I don't know where the very first word, the very first God who was ever created, whether it was Greek or Roman or what, I don't know where the very first God came from and why they decided on that word God. It's obviously a translation of a word. It's Latin, whether it's Latin or whatever, or Hebrew. I don't know. I don't know where the word God came from, but it wasn't something. Sorry,
it'd be older. It'd be Akkadian or something like that. It'd be like ancient Near East, cradle of civilization type stuff.
So from that, and we're talking about so long ago, to refer to a being that we think exists in some dimension is called God, is like, wow. We really have reduced it to an incredibly minute understanding of something which we don't know anything about, and all of the acknowledgements and powers and everything that we think of God is stuff that we have created, that we want God to be like. And I've always, it's what's always annoyed me about and I love Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris, and Richard Dawkins and people like that, but they unload so much shit on God as if he is the one who's actually said all of this stuff.
God's like, I didn't write it.
No,
I didn't say
you are horrific. You're cruel. You're disgusting. You're blah 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 blah. That's the description of God written by Iron Age ignorant people.
Yeah,
and I'm not defending that there's a God, but I'm just saying if there is, he's had a really tough. You bastard! Look what you've done: incest, rape, all sorts of slavery, and horrible atrocities called to the whole. Look at Leviticus. What's wrong with you? And he's going, what are you talking? I didn't say all that. I didn't say all that. Why are you laying all that on me? And again, it's not in defense of there being a God. I don't believe there is, but I still think it's unfair to bag the shit out of someone.
Totally.
It's crazy.
And sometimes you see it in the same book. Like you'll see it in Numbers, for example, and there'll be a section where it's talking about this is how we look after the foreigner in our land. So we're this new community, we've come out of Egypt, and we're trying to figure out what it means to 430 years of slavery. They've got no idea how to live in a community where they're making. So it's like, this is a mess. Let's try and figure it all out. And they're talking about, so what do we do when there's foreigners or there's things like that? And this is how we treat them. We actually, when we till our crops, we leave the corners for them so that they can eat. And when they come, we don't treat them different. And this is how we look after. And I feel like God's up there going, yes, yep, you got it. This is it. This is how we do it. You're listening. You're hearing me. And then they'll go, now we're going to head over the thing there. We're going to take care of the Moabites. And we're also going to take the virgin daughters for sex slaves. And God's like, what are you doing? You were doing so good. I was like, where'd this come from? It's like you can take the the tribal bloody nomad out of the Israel. You can't take it out of them. It's just insane.
It's crazy. I love this. I see the Sistine Chapel when I hear the word God. That is an extraordinary thing. I've not seen the Sistine Chapel other than in books and documentaries.
Same.
But it is beyond comprehension to be able to understand how that. If you've ever, I don't know if you've ever seen, but it was a movie of to paint a dome of that shape and to be hanging upside down. It's like, are you kidding me? That is insane. Now, I don't necessarily see how that
scale. You got no sense of proportion because you're right up against it. How do you do that? To me, it's
a weird miracle of like the pyramids, which we still have no explanation as to how these could possibly have been built by slaves, basically by just people, by men. The Sistine Chapel is like, I don't, and I understand what you're saying. I see the Sistine Chapel when I hear the word God. I kind of get it. I don't see that there's a natural connection between the Sistine Chapel and God. I think people by and large downgrade human ability and are more prone to saying I couldn't do this without God, which is silly in a sense, because there are people who have no claim about God and who have done the most unbelievably remarkable things. And I think it's quite ironic that whether you're a believer or not, if you understand that you are who you are because of a belief you have in God, then surely you are empowered to do remarkable things. Otherwise, you're downgrading the ability of God to be able to influence the magnificence of who you are. Leonardo da Vinci may never have any belief in God whatsoever, but he came up with the idea of the helicopter. He painted the most famous painting of all time, the Mona Lisa. Does he credit God for that? I don't know. I have a sense that he may have been a godly.
Yeah, most of them were Renaissance era. It was
correct.
Yeah.
But
you're right. It's
if you climb to the top of Mount Everest,
yes,
there may or may not be a need to imagine that God is there helping you to actually achieve that. It's one of those things. You might make an interesting podcast about the things that have been done that people have achieved, including ourselves, that we've had a sense that God was there helping us do that, which we thought may have been impossible without. And what I boil down with that is it's the belief in something, whether it's real or not, which to me was the whole relationship I had with God. It was a belief that it was real because I needed it in my life. When I understood that it wasn't needed anymore, it disappeared. I remember once.
That's how you go, carry on.
Lou and I flew to Sydney. Our family was on 60 Minutes. I must show you the video one day. It's hilarious. The 60 Minutes crew spent the whole weekend with us, and we were on 60 Minutes as a step family success story. So when Lou was very young and I was a fair bit older, we did a step family course because we wanted to succeed. So we had one little baby. Lou suddenly was pregnant with another one, and then we had my 8-year-old son come and live with us, who was previously living with his mum, my first wife. And so we thought, this is so hard. She was only like 19, 20 or whatever. So we did a step family course. And at that time, Channel 9 had approached various organisations saying, have you got any families who would be good on camera to talk about the difficulties of having a step and blended family? And they went, well, yeah, we put these guys forward, Peter and Louise Rowan. Oh, okay. So they contacted us and they said, you want us to come and live with us for the weekend? And we're going to do a video and a show on 60 Minutes. And we went, sure. What could go wrong? And it was difficult. It was very stressful. But anyway, we did it. And so we were on an episode of 60 Minutes, and there was a family who wasn't expected to do as well. I think that's the way they set it up. It was quite a very difficult mix of teenagers and stuff and ours. And so they come and filmed us, and everything went fine and dandy and according to plan. I've lost my train of thought where I was going with this now. What did we start talking about? Quick, rewind it, play it back. I hate that.
Your background, history, journey.
Yeah, we're talking about the journey. I'm trying to tie that together. It's late, in case you're wondering, people. It's nearly 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
which is not late, but it is if you're busy working people like us. Damn, I can't remember how we got onto talking about being on 60 Minutes. It's to do with our family.
The achievements that we attribute to God.
Yeah, I still can't connect it. If
It'll
anyone
drop.
if anyone's listening and can fill us in on what we're talking about the Sistine Chapel and talking about how
Going up Everest, attributing it to
God can help us do stuff. Yeah,
it'll come to you.
As I started to say it, and I jumped across a couple of channels into another area, I thought, this is dangerous. You're not going to remember how to come back out of this. But yeah,
I'll whilst you're thinking of it, I'll just chime in with it's funny, the idea of God as Father. Again, another patriarchal term, but it's just a relational term. It's just to denote, it's not saying anything about God's essence. It's more about the relationship this was describing, right? When we say God as Father. And again, very radical, very, very countercultural, because that wasn't the case. You didn't have that sort of relationship with gods in that time. It just wasn't a thing. So the idea of that sort of, that level of closeness, that level of personal. When I think of people that they say, oh, it's all for God, and if they achieve something, they achieve anything, and then they say, I can only do this through God. Part of me says, like, I understand what you're saying. It's you might have been your faith that got you through. You might have had some sort of moment or encounter that helped you persevere and achieve this monumental thing, right? But at the end of the day, what's important also is owning that achievement, that owning what you've done as a human being, what you've overcome yourself. So God hasn't done that for you. You weren't carried along in this weird robotic-like state, and you just wake up at the end and go, oh wow, I've painted this roof of the Sistine Chapel. Like, I don't remember doing that. It must have been God, God or the mushrooms. But and then I think of, okay, so if we understand this idea of God as Father, and I think of myself as a father, for me, the greatest thing, like if my kids achieve something, the last thing I want is for them to say, oh, I couldn't have done it without Dad. Or, no, this was your victory, Dad. This isn't me. This is all you. Praise to you. You know, I'm a worthless worm. This is all you. It's like this sort of thing. And I understand it's this idea of reverence and gratitude. That's its own thing. But just pure cutting it down as a father, I'm just like, no, this is you. You did this. This is a picture of what you can achieve, of what you can do. This is a testament to your spirit and your endeavor and your courage and bravery and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, for me, their win is my win. That's it's because I see in them far more than they can see in themselves, right?
Of course, yeah.
And to see them take a step towards that is like, it's just pure joy. And then I think, well, what if I know we talk a big game, but what if God was actually like that? You know, and God's less worried about us doing all of this and more is just excited for us as human beings to do this and to grow. It's a different sort of response. And this is why I've said to you a few times, and I could be totally wrong. I'm wrong in most things, but just that thought experiment of what if the fact that you don't believe in God, what if God could not care less? Like we've had this thing drilled into us. Like if God does exist, right? We have this idea drilled into us that the most important thing we can do is believe the right thing. That's what it's all about. That's how you get to heaven. That's how you get all this sort of stuff. Like that's how you're on God's radar because you've said some prayer and you now believe this stuff. And from that point on, it only matters that you maintain that belief and you don't fall away and this and that. But it's like, what if what matters is loving your neighbor, kindness, all of this stuff that Jesus sort of talks about? And what if God doesn't care about belief? What if he's like a father who's just like seeing you flourish and do these beautiful things and whatnot?
Sure.
And he's just like, you don't have to attribute that to me. You don't even have to believe that I exist. It's actually irrelevant because you're flourishing into who I know you're created to be, or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Your belief in me doesn't change whether I exist or not.
Correct. It doesn't change where you end up one day. It doesn't change any of this. Like all of that's just stuff ends up distorted and it's like, I think the stuff that we think God cares about, I just have this feeling that maybe he doesn't. And the stuff that God cares about is often quite low on our priority list. Not all of us, but some.
Shouldn't we know? I mean, that's one of the things I always bring back to. Out of all the things that I think that I'm fairly good at, if you like, for want of another word, I have the ability to see lots of things that people don't and ask questions that perhaps haven't been thought of much. And I say that with all humility and grace and thank you, God, for giving. I'm joking. But do you know what I mean? It's like, should it be that way? Shouldn't it just be so clear? I find there's so much confusion and non-specific things that we can hang our hats on and understand and know. And this all ties in with, as we are as human beings, with our DNA and our people that we're connected to, and whether we have ADHD or whether we have PTSD or all of this stuff. These things all channel our ability to see and understand and ask questions about the reality of life in a real sense or in a past sense or just a gut feeling or whatever. For me, it's about hearing people say stuff and going, hang on a minute. So you're telling me that you're happy with the understanding of it could be, it may be, I'm not sure, we don't know, all of this stuff. And my hunger for knowing, like I would love there to be a God. Who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want the possibility of living in heaven? I know a lot of people who don't, but for me, to see your rallies and your dog that died, and who doesn't want that? But at the end of the day, you have to replace fantasy with the possibility of reality, and be honest with yourself, purely so that you don't do what so many people do, and that is waste their entire life chasing something which may probably end up in being a fantasy of something that you want to happen. And I think that that's my greatest ability, is to be able to say, look, as much as this would be nice, as much as I would love to do this, I have to be real. I have to say the chances of what I'm hoping for of being real, in light of the fact that there is just a complete void of reason as an intelligent human being to be able to package that up and go, I know there's nothing, I know there's no evidence, I know it's likely to not happen, but you know what? I'm going to put a list together, I'm going to pack it together, and I'm going to run through my life as if this is the reality. And I find that so sad. I know so many people, when I got out of Christianity, I look back at so many people going, man, you people are you're smart. Have you not had any doubt? Have you not longed for a logical, fair question? So many people, what I've found, Luke, the main reason why so many people don't attack the truth or the lies is because they're scared shitless of having the audacity to question God.
Oh yeah, because what if they don't get an answer to the question,
or
what if they get the answer that they don't want, and then their
correct.
faith crumbles like a house of cards? I totally get it. It's way easier to rock up on a Sunday, sit on a pew, and
it is easy. It is incredibly easy.
It's much easier, and this is where, but it leads to a faith that, see, for me, someone who believes the right things and ticks all the boxes, but has never wrestled or examined their faith, or actually asked these questions, or had the courage to kind of ask these questions. It's not, I don't know what it is. It's not something that's strong. It's not, and I understand the fear behind it, but it's also not something you can really hang your hat on either. I don't know what you would even label it, but for me, I have enormous respect for people who have faced those questions, no matter where they ended up. Whether they faced those questions, didn't get the answers that they wanted, or realized that, you know, what they were expecting, or whatever it is, like whatever the outcome was of wrestling with that stuff, means that they have left the faith and they're agnostic, or they're an atheist, or whatnot. I have enormous respect for those people, like yourself, Rowie. Just the same as I have for people who have faced those same questions and have found a different theological understanding or way to look at it, or have been okay in the ambiguity of the lack of answers in certain spaces, and have wanted to continue, like myself and Rich and others, because at least both of those people have faced the questions. It's actually, for me, is irrelevant where you end up either way, because you cannot not grow from facing that stuff. You can't come out unchanged from facing something like that. And that's the worst thing, is to never face that. You know, you might tick all the boxes on the surface, but how authentic is it if you are afraid to ask questions? And this is where churches do a great disservice when they try to prevent that stuff from happening, when they dissuade questions from the young kids coming through.
They become insular, don't they? I mean, it's like
Totally.
anything. It's like anything. You grow up into a system, and that's a sense of brainwashing, if you like. You end up coming out going, well, this is what I believe. Well, why do you believe it? Well, because my parents taught me it. I went to church. I went to school. Blah blah blah. It's not. That is not a description of critical thinking in the slightest. It is the complete antithesis of
the opposite.
thinking. And for me, I admire people who have got the guts and the balls to say, if you're real, and the generation behind this is, as in what's generating it, is fear. People are shit scared of questioning God. I was.
Yeah.
How dare I have the audacity to question God? Is he going to, smite me down because I had the audacity to say, "Hang on a minute, I'm lost here." God,
Yeah.
if God is real, God would also just, if you said, "You know what, I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm out of here." God would not go, "Well, then fuck you."
Yeah.
It's not going to do that. It's going to go, "Hang on, okay, look, you go, and I will be here." And I don't know how. I'm not going to pretend to know how God, if God exists, would do that. But it's this. It works the same. You would hope as a friend. I said, if you had an argument with a friend, and I don't get what you're talking about. And well, you know what? That's the end of our relationship. Bye. See, I don't need you anymore. That's how I would view if there was a God, that God would go, "Well, absolutely, I can understand why you're questioning this. I have no evidence and proof to show
Yeah.
you of
Totally.
what you're doing. I wish I did, I wish I could, or I can, or I will, or whatever. But at the moment, I get it. I get the frustration. It is human to be frustrated. It is human to be angry. It's what you do with those things that is poignant in where you're going in your life. But I would hope that if something was real and it was out there, that it would make itself available to all of us. And if not, then you've got every right to go, "Well, then I'm done."
Exactly. And
I didn't step out of this thinking this is what I want to do. I stepped out going, "This is not what I had in mind."
yeah, no one wants to do that. Then this
No,
is
I
the
don't.
thing. When people talk about deconstruction, like it's some trendy
Oh,
movement that people want to do for kicks or whatever, it's the second someone talks like that, and there are people that they do sermons on it, they write books on it. It's a whole thing, and it's just demonizing people who have actually asked these sort of questions. And you just go, you actually have no comprehension or understanding of what it means to do this or to engage in this, or the pain and the
terrifying.
toll that it takes to go through this. No matter which way you end up, it is extremely painful. There's lost relationships, there's incredible doubts, there's all sorts of stuff. And to label that as something that's trivial is just wildly off. Yeah, it's just shocking. But the thing is, we use all this beautiful theological language in our worship songs and stuff about God and how God's so loving and he's a good father and all of this sort of stuff. And then the second that it comes to us actually wrestling with something or asking a question or whatnot, you hit the nail on the head. All of a sudden there's the fear, and which is stoked by often leaders and other people around us that are in that space who also don't want their own questions to be asked or answered. And it's like, don't fuck up with my bubble. I'm quite comfortable in my bubble here. Like, don't rock the boat, sort of thing. But all of a sudden God turns from this loving, incredible, like, the essence of love is love, this beautiful good father, into this psycho jealous ex-girlfriend who's a little bit unhinged. It's and you just go, whoa, how quickly it changes. If I actually hold true to that God is like this, then God fully understands, even greater than I do, my thought process, my heart, what I'm going through, what I'm trying to understand. Right. And no matter where I end up, if he loves me, that's not going to change. It's like, otherwise it's not love, it's manipulation, or it's something else that's certainly not fitting for God, right? So it's crazy, and just one thing before I forget, when we were talking earlier about where we see God and Schenk talked about Sistine Chapel when he thinks of God and this and that. Yeah, I've spent many years in church, and I've been to many conferences, and I've seen these crazy miraculous things, and I've experienced some insane stuff. So I always thought that my experience of God would be there somewhere like that, somewhere in church or with in that space. And yet, by far, the strongest experience, the place I've ever seen God the most tangibly, the most clearly, has been in a Narcotics Anonymous meetings, like Alcoholics Anonymous, like the 12-step meetings, and seeing these people sitting around sharing their stories. These are not people at a church luncheon, after the service on Sunday, talking about that they had a bit of trouble with the kids this week, or their gardening went astray, or it's a bit under a bit of stress at work. We're talking people that have, they're not allowed to see their kids. People that have just got out of jail, people that have just decimated every relationship they've ever been in. All of we're talking like the hardest, most heart-wrenching stories, and yet they're there. They're trying. They're supporting one another. There's no judgment in the room. There's nothing. There's unconditional love in the room, and a lot of them are talking about this sense of God being with them, and not because of all the blessings they've got, because they've had no blessings. It's just been nothing but pain, And yet there's a peace that they find in that, and all of this stuff. And I'm telling you right now, the theological, and they had no idea that it was theological. They had no idea that what they were describing was like this perfect picture of God. They're using different language and very, very colorful language. And I just thought, every time I've been in those rooms, I thought, wow, this is where God is. Like, I'm sure God is in churches, and God's God. He can be everywhere, and he is everywhere. But you know what? I know for a fact he's here, and he's in this room, and more so than any church meeting I've ever been in. And that blew me away. That shook me up a bit.
That's because that's where people want God to be put, and that's where they do put them. And God, if there was, and I must premise everything I say about God, because I think it's a fascinating subject. I was a total advocate for 25 years, so I understand the language, the lingo, the feeling, the commitment. I understand all of that. People put God into where they think he should go, which is church, which is rehearsal, prayer, all of the stuff. That's where they put God, and they claim that God is here. Well, is God here, or do you want him to be here, so you put him here because your imagination is pretty powerful? But what you said about where you saw God as being made me think of one of the most beautiful, and I'm sure it's scriptural. It's a peace that passes all understanding.
Yeah, yep, it is.
That's the bee's knees right there. A peace that passes all understanding. It is biblical. I don't know where it is in the scriptures. I don't know, but it is just, man, that helped me so many times get through. And again, I put God where I thought he should be. And you do that, and you go to church, and you know God's here, and Holy Spirit, and blah blah blah. And suddenly you find yourself in a meeting like you're talking about, going, "Hang on a minute, this is bullshit. This is it. This is right. This is it right now. This is a sense of a need, an incredible need. These people need, and that's where you would expect God or people's belief or feeling or whatever. I don't know how to differentiate between the two or three different magnifications of the initial sense of God, but people will put him there or believe in there, and it's just, look, at the end of the day, with stuff like that on the base level, I don't care whether it's actually real or whether it's just helping people. That's all.
Yeah.
To me, if it's helping you, like it helped me when I turned to God because my life had turned to shit, I don't give a stuff whether it was real or not.
That's right. Yeah.
Stuff that I was helped. I can't prove either way that it was real, that it was tangible, that it was hands-on, that it was. I can't possibly in a million years, with all the equipment in the world, prove to you that what was real and what wasn't real. And it doesn't matter. The whole experience of human beings is like that all the time. Everything we do throughout our lives is stuff that seems questionable on whether it's real, legitimate, fake, whatever. That's the human experience. And
Absolutely.
would we want it any other way? I'm not sure.
And this is the thing. You know, there's only one. Oh yeah, it's in James. Yeah, good job. That's right.
Peace that passes all, I understand. James, thanks, thanks, mate. Really appreciate it. It's now see, just before you go on, Luke, I just want to clarify who the name, and he told me last week he didn't want to talk about stuff too much. It was private, but I did ask for his name. I think, was it like Jenk or something? JENK.
That's
Are you the one last week who had a parallel with my story? Because you're talking like a Christian tonight, which I'm not. I'm confused whether you're. I thought you were an atheist, a Christian turned atheist like myself, because it was a week ago, and I don't know about you, but for my age, a week ago is like trying to remember something that happened 25 years ago. So last week. It was last week. It was you and I. I think it was you and I talking about it. Just confirm if I've got the right story, because peace that surpasses all understanding is one of the few statements or words that can be joined together that, for me, I can only apply to God.
Mm. Oh yeah,
I'm sure it can happen throughout a meditation and stuff like that. But a peace that surpasses all understanding. I think it was actually a lyric. It might have been by Michael W. Smith, who's a famous Christian artist, or Amy Grant, someone who had those lyrics. Anyway, I digress.
It's a really good point, like that you said there. That it can only be attributed to God, because even through meditation can bring acceptance, like as in a peace through an acceptance of something. But with acceptance comes understanding. It's like you understand you have no control, for example, and
yes,
you accept how it is. But in James, we were talking about the peace that surpasses all understanding is that peace that comes when you haven't done the work on that. You've not been to therapy, you've not meditated, there is no reason for you to have any form of peace. It might be in grief, it might be in, there's a lot of circumstances where it can happen where you think, and I've experienced it myself several times, where you think, with everything that I know now, with everything that I'm thinking, I should be an absolute mess, and yet there is something, there is something grounding me here. That I shouldn't feel at peace with this, and yet you do, and you don't understand why. So it's fascinating, because what else could that come from, right?
I totally agree. Beautifully put. That's Jenk. That's right. So it's basically the first name without the letter C. I'm fascinated, and please feel free to not answer this question.
Oh, great.
And I don't deconstructing fundamentalists. So what? That's
Like
what
you
you
would-
are? Because I remember you saying that. Yeah, we Luke, Jenk and I talked a lot last week, and we had many parallels about getting out of Christianity, and he was having a hard time being rejected by a lot of people. And I said, look, as an Aussie, that really doesn't happen. We do things very, very differently than you do in America. I think Jenk's from California, and explaining to him about how cruel it can be, and Eve was framed as another what's the word? A person who's very out there on Facebook, and the amount of abuse that she has copped, which is
horrible.
to me, it's the ultimate paradox of anything to do with God, religion, Christianity, whatever. Their behavior, these abusive men who cannot cope with a woman turning away from God and deciding to be an atheist, they somehow take it so personally. I can only imagine that they have incredibly small penises, and they're so challenged by a woman having the guts and the balls to do something in light of the fact that they are just a bunch of petty little men. I find that kind of behavior to just be abhorrent. It's just the most disgusting attack. And I think Jenk was saying something about how he cops family stuff of deconstructing. That's what I am. Yeah, I hear you, mate. I hear you. No matter who you are, no matter what you're doing, no matter what you think people think of you. Can I just say that this podcast with us is a safe place? You know, I might criticize people because of the content of their comments, but it's not personal. And this is a place where people need to be able to become. Luke is a committed Christian. I am the opposite. Are we still here talking to each other with a degree of respect and love? Yes. I don't give a stuff what he believes compared to what he is as a man that I love and want to know, and vice versa. I know he feels that way. Do you know, it's about the reality of human beings first. What connects us, what brings us together, what we respect about each other, and what we believe in is not unimportant, but it's a back row compared to the respect and love for people as human beings.
Yeah, it's not even secondary. It's like 10th. It's so far down in compared to just the love and respect for another human being.
I want to go and watch the West Coast Eagles play football. Oh, I can't go with you. Why? Because you're a Christian. You know, it's like that ridiculous thing. That doesn't have. So this is very much an honest. I know it's a very wokey, wanky term of a safe place, but I want you to be able to come here and express who you are and what you are, and feel that you're not going to be abused or whatever. So you're a deconstructing fundamentalist. I remember that we're talking about that last week.
Tough gig. Deconstructing's hard in any circumstance, but deconstructing from a fundamentalist background is probably the hardest, because it's cutthroat. Fundamentalism is just there's zero room for doubt, for questioning, for any of that. In fact, you're all in.
That is the definition of fundamentalism, right there, isn't it?
It is, and it's like you cannot question, you can't do, and it's pure indoctrination, and that's it's really hard, So I can imagine. And I think power to you, mate, for having the courage to do that, and to journey through that, because they're questions that need to be asked. They don't go away by us pretending that by not asking them, the questions don't go away. They just get cemented in the back and will come out in unhealthy ways. We've got to process it. It's good.
And it's very different for anyone in America. The whole Christian thing is incredibly different from Australia, and Australia may end up one day being like America, but America's had a lot more time to become what it has become, and it's sad. And when I turned my back on it after 25 years, I had zero response from anyone. I was the only Christian in my family. No one gave a flying toss whatever happened. In America, it's very different. When you decide to do that, you're taking on every believer is going to get you because you cannot possibly do what you do. It is just complete and utter bullshit, but that's the way it is. You mentioning Michael W. Smith and Amy Smith brings back memories right next to Steve Green and Joe. Oh, geez, mate. Seriously, are you and I the same person? This is freaking me out. In 1988, after being in rock bands in Perth, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, the whole thing, my whole life fell apart. I had a tumor on my vocal cords, and I was told by a specialist that I'd never sing again, let alone talk. And so all the guys in the band went off and joined. This was a band that was really going somewhere, and it was my life's dream, and I was told I would never sing again.
Brutal.
You can see where this is going and what the end result was. So I had an operation. I wasn't allowed to talk for a month. I had a whisper of voice when it came back, and it started getting a little bit stronger. All of the guys that in my band that I loved had all gone off and joined other bands because I told them that was it. And at the age of 26, 27, I had nothing. I had a stereo to show for my time on this earth, including losing my son. My wife took him away after 8 months old. So I had nothing. If something comes along that can possibly save you, you're most likely to take it. Anyway, long story short, I took it. I began my journey as a Christian. A few years later, in 1988, I joined a Christian, the very first Christian radio station in Australia called Sunshine FM. It was 1988. I'd always wanted to be in radio, and I joined and I became a permanent radio announcer. And the favorite artists that I loved were Michael W. Smith, Amy Grant, Steve Green, the late, and Jars of Clay, among many other great. I interviewed most of these people while I was there. It was just insane. If you've, and I think I talked to you about this last week. I'm pretty sure I did. You might have thought that it was Keith Green, not Steve Green. Keith Green was massive in Christian music. He died a long time ago.
Yeah, great theology.
Yes. Man with the Nail Scars from, I listened to it the other day, the Man with the Nail Scars. Hang on, I've just got to check this out. Hang on, man. This is the best pop song. Have you ever heard it, Luke? David Meese. Ever heard of David Meese?
Heard the name.
Put when you get a chance, listen to David Meese, Man with the Nail Scars. Man. It is seriously. I listened to it the other day. I'm no longer a believer, but so what? It's a great pop song, and the communion song as well from the guy who sang. I'll come back to it. I can't think of his name, but go for David Meese, Man with the Nail Scars. Jars of Clay, I've still got the CDs. They are just the top band. And, of course, Amy Smith and Michael W. Smith. Amy Grant. It's Michael W. Smith and Amy Grant. Thanks, Jenk. That is brilliant. Fantastic, mate. We're kind of on the same page again. Love the discussion between you guys, even if each of you thinks the other are full of poop.
Love it.
I'm sorry if it comes across that way. It really shouldn't. All it should come across as Jenk, as you're listening, is that I'm right and he's wrong. I don't understand why there's a problem. Look, it's an incredible dynamic, similar to what you would be in if you were discussing with Luke, because Luke is a believer and a fervent one, and I was for 25 years, and I'm not. So it's actually a very unique dynamic of which we've worked on for over a year now to gain a respect of having more in common than we have not.
Yeah, it's a good way to
Do you
put
know what I mean? It's not when Christians and atheists get together. There's generally the modus operandi of at least one of them is, I'm going to change this person into what I want.
That's right. Yeah,
and that's not. It's not. I know Luke's going to hell, and there's nothing I can do about to stop that. And so,
Liz will be there together. The podcast can continue.
That's right. That's right. It becomes the sense of the largeness. I'm sure that largest is not a word, of life, and the things that matter. Truly matter. And I understand that a lot of things I talk about, I don't know how old you are, but either way, you're going to be a hell of a lot younger than me. I just turned 68 recently, so I'm not a kid. I was born in 1957. When you get to my age, everything changes. Your perspective on everything changes. The things that pissed you off no longer do. The things that didn't piss you off now do. Everything changes because you suddenly realize. I was at I'm a musician, so I used to sing at a beer garden. Do they have beer gardens in America? I don't know, probably. In a beautiful valley close to us here in Perth called the Swan Valley. I used to play in a place called the Ironbark Brewery, which brewed their own beer. Got close to the dear friends and people that ran that place, and used to play in the Sunday session, and used to love it so much. It was such an absolute blessing to be able to play there for 7 years, singing great songs, and this family was just amazing. And they're the kind of things that you look back and go, wow, that was special, that was beautiful, that was amazing, that was incredible. And they're the kind of things that now I look back at my age and go, okay, wow. I view everything I did then completely differently. But because of the age I am now, your perspective on everything changes. Things like that change. And it's a great moment in your life because finally you get to the point where you go, you know what? I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Do you know what I mean? You care so much about what other people think. You get so caught up in it. And that doesn't mean, I don't mean that in a nasty, disrespectful way. You just get to the point where you go, I understand what you're saying, but I don't. I'm sorry, but I really don't care. There are so many more things that are important. My beautiful children, my grandchildren, my wife, our health, everything becomes so important that you go, okay, that's something that used to really give me the shits. Now I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not important because getting back to the brewery, we were sitting there in the beer garden. And I was doing one of my gigs there, and I sat down to have a break with a couple of mates. And I just never get out of my head. And I wish to God this person hadn't done it because it sticks in there. He showed me a pint glass of beer So pint glass, I don't know what you have in the States again, but big glass of beer. Sorry?
I think they've got pints.
They got pints? There's about quarter of the glass full. And he said, Robbie, that's your life, what you've got left. And I looked at it and I went, what do you mean? He said, that what's left in that glass is what you've got left in life. And I went, I didn't need to know that.
Yeah. Get out of here.
I really did not need to know that. That was devastating. He was basically saying you got a few years left in your life. That was when I was 50. I'm 68 now. So thankfully he was possibly, well, what a stupid thing to say. But that's the reality, is that you get to the point where you start to run out of life and things change. Things that mattered before suddenly don't matter. At your age, is your mortality more on your mind than before? Just curious, because when I began my deconstruction, I feared death. Tell us, Jen, just if you don't mind, how old you are. And yes, 100% at 68, it cannot not be on your mind because every day you're reading about such and such died at the age of 45, the age of 55, the age of 60, 65, age of 70, age of 71. You have to be realistic and say the older you get, the closer you are to dying. And that is the number one most petrifying and occupying part of my life, is knowing that one day I'm going to die. That is fucking terrifying for me. I can't get used to it. I saw an image once of these people all lined up in a row, big long queue, and there was a cliff, and they were jumping over the cliff to end their lives. And they said, you're in that queue. Everyone's in that queue. It's not something that you can negotiate or change or get out of. It's the only thing in life that's final. The finality of life is, for me, and I don't want to influence people who don't feel this way. I'm sorry if I have. But the thought of not existing anymore just is, how does that impact you, Luke? The thought of not existing anymore? The one day you will not be.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're a lot younger than me, so it shouldn't affect you. So stop thinking about it.
It doesn't feel like it's around the corner, but yeah, certainly the older I get, the more I think about it doesn't really bother me if I'm not here, but more about
kids.
Did I use my time wisely? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kids, legacy, and not legacy in the sense of empire. Like I want to build something massive so everyone remembers me. More just like, was I did I help people? Did I care enough? I mean, I care a great deal, but sometimes translating caring to action, I struggle with. Do you know what I mean? It's
sure.
Yeah, all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's did I use the gifts that I was given? Did I teach my kids what I need to, so that they grow to be good human beings? Not just all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's weird. It never would have entered my head 10 years ago, and yet I'm thinking about it more and more now.
So what age are you now?
38.
Oh, Jesus.
Ancient.
Oh, stop it.
Ancient.
I have children older than you. I'm serious. I do. My son's just turned 40.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, my God, 38, mate. Lap it up. Don't think about the future. Just, oh, my God, 38. 30. It's such a great. Actually, it's not statistically a great age with the modern world. Like, you don't really appreciate life until you get to like 50, when your kids are gone. You got freedom, you got possibility of retirement up the road, and that's between 50 and 60. They've proven that that's when life really, if you want to, comes to life. You're at the moment, what you're in is the most difficult time in human life. You got 18 children. You got 18 children, six dogs, and a wife that doesn't like you. I mean, so
it's a tough gig. It's a really tough gig.
We're joking for everyone listening. He has beautiful children, gorgeous kids, a beautiful wife, and a great life, and a life that the envy of many people. Not me. I think it sucks, but look, other people like it.
I do. But I'll tell you what, though, Rowie, this is the latest I've ever been on. It's because it's been so good. But
right,
I'm about to crash, and I have I can hear some kids going on in the background, so I think I need to make my exit.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, mate. I was thinking it must be coming soon, because yeah, it is a late one, and it's really good. I've decided in the last couple of months to stay up after midnight to see the increase in people, but I didn't expect anyone to stick around, mate. So I really, really appreciate it. Good on you,
mate. I've loved it. And it's been, Jenk, it's been great chatting to you, and
right?
any of the others if they're still on. Looking forward to next week. Hope they're all back.
Yeah, good stuff. Good.
We might have to put up with Rich next week, which will be sad, but maybe we might give Jason another chance if he can keep his power on.
yeah, absolutely.
Someone needs to go do a welfare check on him.
Well, the more Christians we have, the more fun we have at destroying them. So that's always something to look forward to.
No, you just got the two worst apologists ever, because neither Rich or I care about evangelizing or defending anything. We're just like, yeah, good point. Yeah, it's crap.
For anyone watching, this is an apologist-free zone, so don't bother.
Yeah. Oh, all right, mate. Been so good.
Good stuff, man. Take it easy. Cheers. Thanks, Luke.
Peace out.
See you, mate. Beautiful. Yeah, so we think you're in your 30s. I noticed here. That's cool. What is this? Centani. That is, what is Italian? I don't know. To you, friend. Come on, mate. I'm an Aussie bloke. I don't know what that means. What is that? It sounds Italian. Is it Italian? Where are we? May you live 100 years in it. Grazie. Learned that from Godfather 2. Great film. Caro Vincenzo Montebelli. I'm just saying words. I have no idea what they mean. I'll head out to, look, I think I'm getting the same myself. Take care. See you next week. Luke will see that on his way out. Thanks so much, Jenk. Really appreciate it. Always great to have you on board. Very interesting. I hope that you continue to have success in your deconstruction of fundamentalism. I don't know what that's like. I've not had to do that. It shouldn't happen. It really shouldn't. It shouldn't be something you have to go through. Life is difficult enough. Life between human beings is imperative. What people believe in should be kept to themselves and not influence the way they feel about other people. I'm sorry for you. That's the way it is. And it's it's dreadful. So just look, just I wish I had some advice that would make it easy, but as I've not been through it, you've just got to be true to yourself. I know it sounds wanky, but you've just got to be who you are. And if people don't accept that, as painful it is, you've got two choices. You either change to be like them to satisfy their view of you, or you stick to who you are and hope in the end that they respect you and love you for who you are. At the end of the day, you can't change them. They will be who they are. And I wish you all the best, mate. I really do. It's a tough gig, and please come back next Wednesday and talk to us, and hopefully we might be able to say some things that are sensible and help you out a bit. As I said, I'm very lucky. I don't have that battle, and people don't give a shit in Australia whether you're in or out. And look, probably one of the reasons is that initially I changed a lot. I stopped doing things that I used to do and used to love with my family, like, oh, we can't watch Aussie rules football. I'm a Christian. That's not godly. But in the end, I really wasn't that different from anyone. But thank you so much. Have a wonderful week, Jen. Great to talk to you, and hopefully you'll join us next Wednesday, which will be it'll be in March. It'll be March the 5th. Is that right? Yeah. For our next podcast. Don't forget, you can watch all of our replays. There's over a year's worth of fascinating replays. If you've never seen them, you can just jump onto YouTube and put in an atheist to believe in a pastor walk into a bar. All episodes, and you'll see them all. The incredible, interesting things we've talked about, aliens and dogs in heaven and all sorts of crazy stuff. So feel free to join in. I'm going to disappear for a second just to go and, Mother Nature calls. And I shall be back in a sec. And if you want to join in and have a chat to us, please do. It's live on YouTube right now, which is obviously where you're watching. If you've got a question or a comment or a thought, I would love to hear from you. Otherwise, I will disappear and go to bed. And I'm a night person. I really don't like going to bed, to be honest. I hate getting up in the morning. Morning sucks. But I'll have to start doing a little bit more. In my retirement as a radio announcer and as a musician, as a photographer, I've now started singing. And end of last year, 2024. Because I'm a musician and a singer-songwriter, I thought I would love to go and sing to people in aged care. It's a sad environment. I spent 8 years seeing my mum as an Alzheimer's patient, eventually dying a couple of years ago. And it's a horrible existence. And I thought, I want to go in there and I want to go and sing people's favourite songs, as I did with my mum when she was seemingly disconnected from all of us, including not knowing who we were. And I'd sing a song that you won't be familiar with. But if you wanted to go and check it out in YouTube, I think it was a minor hit in America by an Australian or Kiwi artist, a song called Winter in America by a gentleman by the name of Doug Ashdown. Beautiful, beautiful song. He was well and truly a classic one-hit wonder. It's the only hit he had. It's a huge song. And I don't think he did anything else. Winter in America from Doug Ashdown. And I would go and play that to Mum occasionally. So now I found myself doing that. Offered to volunteer to go into aged care facilities for dementia patients and all sorts of people in aged care. And I got offered to do the work as a paid gig. which is fabulous as a retired man in Australia with zero income. It's very helpful. So now I have someone getting me work to do that, and I've got jobs all over the place. It's only for an hour. You sing for an hour, a couple of $100, and then you go home, unpack your gear, make it as minimal as possible, and head on back. It's great. I love it. So I probably will have a few more earlier morning starts. Not tomorrow, thankfully. Tomorrow's Thursday here in Perth. It's now 10 to 12 on a Wednesday night, 26th of Feb. But I'm going to go to the loo and I'll come back. Jane, thanks, mate. You too. Take it easy. I'll be back in a sec. I'm not going away. I'm just disappearing off screen for a sec. Right, good thing. It's a good thing or bad thing, I don't know, but I am back. as we wind down, coming up to midnight on a Wednesday night right here in Perth, Western Australia, broadcasting live on YouTube. My name's Peter Rowe. The podcast is an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. Because when we first started, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 15, 16 months ago, I was the atheist, Rich was the Christian, Luke was the pastor. So it was an atheist, a believer. We changed the name Christian to believer for Rich. Atheist pastor and a atheist believer and a pastor walk into a bar. Luke is no longer practicing as a pastor, but that is his desire. Rich is still a believer, and I used to call myself an atheist, but I don't anymore because I just, the word atheist, for those that aren't 100% sure, it's not the belief in anything, so therefore it doesn't really warrant a title. I don't believe in Santa, but I don't have a name for that. I don't believe in unicorns. I don't have a name for that either. I don't believe in God at this stage. Well, I am not convinced that there is evidence to support the claim that there is a God. That is purely the position of an atheist. I'm not convinced anything you'd like to talk about. That's fine and dandy. I get it. It's getting late. Although in your case, if you're in America, it's around about 9 o'clock thereafter, maybe 10. But I get it. Had lots of comments tonight from a whole bunch of people. So really, really appreciate it. Don't forget to check out all of our other podcasts too on YouTube Live. Is a year's worth, or over a year's worth of podcasts that we've talked about. If you want to go and check them out, I think there's pretty interesting stuff in there. Some really interesting people, a few local personalities. That you're in Perth right now, Perth. So we coined this interesting phrase some time ago, personality. So there's some interesting people in there, but it's getting a bit late. I don't think we're going to have any more comments from anyone. If you are tuned in, if you want to say something or be a part of it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to wrap it up, and hopefully, something's interesting there. Why is that not working? Okay. Yeah, hopefully we can do it again next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, just after 8 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time, will be the 5th of March, believe it or not, into the 5th of March already. That is extraordinary. So, yeah. All right, I think we'll wrap it up. Thank you so much for your company. Great to have you with us tonight. Don't forget to check out our podcasts on YouTube, a whole bunch of them on there. An atheist, a pastor, an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. My name's Peter Rowe. Great to have your company. Thank you so much tonight. Let's do it again next Wednesday. Get all your questions together. We'll have a brand new subject. We'll talk about something interesting, hopefully. If you've got any ideas about what you'd like us to talk about, the basic premise is belief. That covers so much. Oh, nut. Is that nut? Nut WG. Is that pronounced nutweg? Guess I caught that. Look, it's only the end if you want it to end. If you want to chat, I'm here. Anyone with a suit of armor like that, I'm more than happy to chat. What is it you'd like to talk about? What have you caught the end of? How did you catch us? So many questions. But jump on. I'm just sitting here enjoying a nice glass of West Australian rosé. Whew, it's lovely. Nah, it's fine. Okay. So does that mean you're not interested in chatting, or just correcting me on the pronunciation of your name? Nut. It's fine. So let's go for the latter. You want to have a yarn? How come you came to this particular podcast, Nut? What do you want to talk about? I'm more than open. I would love to know what it is that you're interested in. This is a podcast, obviously, about all sorts of belief stuff. There's no rules and regulations. We were a bunch of guys. Normally, there's 5 of us in the group. Tonight there were 3. 2 of them have disappeared because it's getting late. I don't know how I caught you, but I was looking for a live to watch, and your title seemed pretty good. Okay. Well, it is. Look, it's a bunch of people respectful of each other's views on Christianity and atheism. I'm not a believer myself. I spent 25 years as a Christian, and I'm out. Have been for about, I don't know, 12, 13 years. Feels good. I like it. Where are you at, Nut? What's going on? I really don't have anything to talk about, but if it's time for you to get off, it's okay. Well, that's not my choice. I'd rather stick around and have a chat, find out what's going on. I hate going to bed. I really do. I loathe when it gets late and I look at the clock and go, okay. Thankfully, I'm retired. So there's not too many mornings when I have to get up and do shit. So, you're in Florida. Okay. Is that a good place? I mean, if you watch a lot of American television, like I tend to, particularly Seinfeld, Al Boca Vista in Florida, I also know it's very susceptible to some crazy ass storms, of which you have had of late. So it's interesting. Most of the people after about 11:30 are from that part of the world, because when we start broadcasting at 8:00 p.m. in Perth, Western Australia, it's you guys are all in bed asleep, so things start to pick up a little bit. I know where Florida is, Nut. You have to tell me it's in the United States. I like living here. It snowed for the first time in my life. When was that? Because a couple of weeks ago, it was some crazy, serious tropical kind of cyclones. And wow, it doesn't snow in Florida, surely. Or is that just a part of the crazy weather patterns that are going on there? Sorry, some weird ass noises coming out of my fan. How often does it snow in Florida? I can't imagine it would ever snow in Florida. It's right down the bottom. That is mental. I know, but I remember someone saying, why do Americans always say what state we're from? Okay. It never snows. No, I didn't think so. That's it's a bit of a worry, isn't it, considering the crazy wet weather patterns, although according to Trump, of course, there is no such thing as global warming or anything. I do remember someone saying, why do all Americans say what state? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. We have states in Australia, nowhere near as many as you have. What have you got? 51, 52, somewhere around that. We have, okay, so in Australia we have, let me count, we have WA, we have South Australia, we have Victoria, we have New South Wales, Tas, so that's the states. We have territories, WA, South Australia, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states, and I think 2 territories, Northern Territory and Canberra Capital. On the other side of state line, it snows in Georgia. Really? Is that, and excuse my ignorance, because I'm just an Aussie bloke. Georgia is mountainous, is it not? And that's perhaps where they get the snow in Georgia. Is that accurate? Whereas Florida's just hot. Somewhat, yeah, okay. So as far, what do you know about Australia, Nut? In Australia, it really only snows in New South Wales, a place called Mount Kosciuszko, Thredbo. That's also mountainous. I think in Tasmania, it certainly doesn't snow here in Western Australia. We have very hot weather. Florida has a lot of hills. Yeah, but maybe not mountainous enough in Florida to warrant a lot of snow. I don't know. I'm not a fucking meteorologist. I'm just a bloke broadcasting a podcast out of Perth, Western Australia. What do you know? I never ask this because I never get people interested. What do you know about Perth, Western Australia? Why are so many people interested in this podcast? But no one ever says, tell us about Perth, Western Australia. You might want to come here one day. Oh, here we go. I've watched a lot about Australia, and I know there's more camels in Australia than in Egypt. That's, look, that may or may not be true. Camels were introduced in Australia a long time ago. We don't see, 99% of people don't see camels at all. Australia is probably the least populated landmass as a continent in the world. And so there is, my God, there are so many thousands of kilometers of nothing but desert. Camels love desert. That's why there are more camels. As far as there being more in Australia than Egypt, I would love to check those stats. Interesting. I do want to go to Australia. Look, you can't just brag about a place because you live there and you think it's wonderful. I have not lived anywhere else in the world. I have been to several countries in the world, but Australia is an amazing country. It's beautiful. It's harsh. It's different. It's unique. It's large. It's expansive. It's extraordinary. I'm an Aussie. Of course, I love Australia. The movie Crocodile Dundee was like a keepsake in my house as a child. Look, that's one of those. Look, it's been a great movie as far as being something to inspire people to come to Australia. It is certainly not typical of Australia. Paul Hogan, what's his name in the movie? Mike Dundee or something? Is not stereotypical of life in Australia. It's the equivalent of what would it be the equivalent of in America? It's hard to make a comparison, actually, when I think about it. Think of something that that you see in America, which is not atypical of the country, and think other people looking at it going, this is really not what America's like. It's a little bit like that. Crocodile Dundee was a classic Aussie movie which cashed in on the things that a lot of people like. Was a tough Aussie bloke and crocodiles and alligators, which many of you around the world have. Certainly Florida, there are. If you're playing golf, are they crocodiles or alligators? I think they're alligators on the golf courses of Florida. The fuck you want to go and play a game of golf with crocodiles? Seriously, that is crazy. Floridian wildlife is similar to Australian wildlife. Really? In what way? Floridian. Is that what? That's obviously Florida. It's called the wildlife. It's Floridian. Is similar to Australian wildlife. Well, the crocodiles or alligators, true. What other animals? Where did you learn that? That's fascinating. I have no doubt that it's true. Cowboys. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, yeah, we have had cowboys back in the day. Certainly nothing you'd see in modern Australia. Outback, in the outback with huge ranches similar to American Texan-style ranches, cattle drove by cowboys. Yeah, that's good call. If there's a body of water in Florida, there's an alligator and fish in it. Yeah. Yeah. There are parts of Australia in Queensland, up north in Western Australia, a beautiful place called Cable Beach, which is a stunning beach. But yeah, take your life into your own hands if you want to go and lay on the beach. You could get bunched on. Cowboys, where'd they go? Cowboys are a typical thing people might think of typical in America, but they're a dying breed. Absolutely, of course. I mean, yeah. I would imagine American cowboys still exist in the outback ranches to muster cattle and whatever else they have, as it is in Australia. Probably one of the, I don't know, just thinking outside the square. This may be completely incorrect, but I would have thought probably two of the greatest amount of cowboys would be in outback Australia and America. I may be 100% wrong. I can't think of too many other countries in the world that would have cowboys, legitimate cowboys, actually doing a job of mustering. It's kind of similar weather patterns. I can't imagine too many people in Canada doing, because we kind of get the impression in Australia that Canada is cold and snowy. Might be wrong, don't know. Everybody's buying up land and building condos and garbage like that on the property. Yeah. Is that around Florida you're talking about? Okay. Building condos and garbage. Yeah. I wonder why that is. It's obviously a need. We do have cow farms in Florida, but it's nothing like in Texas. Yeah, I can't imagine cow farms in Florida. There's plenty of other places, of course, around Texas where that is still pretty big. But is it a dying thing? I don't know. Absolutely don't know. I don't know. Quick money. Yeah. Can't say I know much about the real estate situation in the mighty US of A. I mean, it's probably fairly typical of people all around the world trying to make some quick money. And depending on land availability, I mean, we're lucky and unlucky in Australia. We have a massive, massive amount of land mass and very small population. But most of the land is inhabitable. It's not, it's not it's not the kind of place where you'd want to farm, because it's just so freaking dry with so little rain. We have a thing called the Nullarbor Plain. Nullarbor is like many words in Australia. It's an Aboriginal word. I think it means plainless, treeless rather. There's no trees. It's called a Nullarbor Plain, and there's a road that joins Western Australia across to the eastern coast of Australia, which off the top of my head is 3,000+ Ks, and there ain't nothing growing in between. Really not. Someone will come up with a brilliant idea of irrigation one day to create some water. There is actually a lot of water underground across the Nullarbor Plain, but obviously the cost to get it out is way too expensive. So it's just a nothingness. Just a nothingness. Regulations and laws being put in place are robbing independent farmers and giving more power to companies that only care about money. Yeah. Isn't this interesting, this podcast? It starts out, as we did tonight, about what people's impressions of what God looked like, and how all biblical drawings of God talking to 4 or 5 different people in the Old Testament is an old grey man with a beard and grey hair, and where those images came from. And now we're talking about independent farmers in Florida. It's crazy. I love the way it changes. I mean, and I don't care. I mean, I really don't care. It's very interesting. I love finding out about other parts of the world, as no doubt people contacting us in this little podcast in Perth, Western Australia. Having said that, a couple of weeks ago, we had a 700 people on this podcast talking about stuff. Whatever takes your fancy, we're open. It's 12:20 on a now Thursday. Of course, we started on a Wednesday at 8 o'clock Australian Western Standard Time. It's now gone into Thursday morning at 12:20. And the comments are continuing. That really appreciate you having on board. I will say the Bible and the thought of a higher power has helped me through a lot of stuff. Yeah. That's cool. I mean, that I'm of the same ilk. I was a Christian for 25 years up until 13, 14 years ago. And I no longer support the claim that there is a God. I'm very, very interested if anyone has any evidence. 11:20 a.m. On a Wednesday, yeah. Look, it's obviously we've done this before, talking to various people from the States, and there are a couple of time zones within America. It might even be like 3 or 4. It's such a massive area. We have a few in Australia as well. Not so much time zone differences, more daylight saving. I'm not going to go into that, but it is 20 past 12 on a Thursday morning, 27th of February, and there it is 11:20 on Wednesday. We do know that Australia, apart from being amazing and superior to most other countries in the world, we're also ahead of you in America. I don't know if you saw it when someone found out, some incredibly intelligent person found out that Australia was like a day ahead, like it's Thursday now and it's Wednesday in America. And this person said, why don't we just talk to people in Australia and they can tell us what's going to happen? Yeah. Very sad. And yeah, no, just sad. Not a really good grasp of the reality of time zones in this world. I might end up going to sleep soon. I woke up at 10 a.m., at 12 a.m. Okay, that's pretty much 24 hours ago, brother. So, sorry, I said brother. Nut, for some obscure reason, I thought that's a male thing. I don't know why. It's very confusing on the podcast because there's all sorts of characters using different graphics and different names, and it's really hard to try and work out who is which doesn't really matter. I'm just a bit old school and I like to know who I'm talking about, where you're from, how old you are, what sex you are, yada, yada, yada. Or Seinfeld. Oh, no, Seinfeld's yada, yada, yada. Yeah. So it's not a biggie. But, yeah. I was going to ask you something. There's a lot of comments on there. Wow. Appreciate it. I guess one of the things I've learned about doing this podcast that there's the degree of anonymity of people don't want to know who they are and be recognized by people, which I totally get. Personally, I don't care, but other people do. I'm a guy, but it doesn't bother me. It's about 12 hours. All right, my friend, unfortunately, I need to go. Have a good day or night, morning, whatever it is. Good on you. Have a rip of sleep. Thanks so much, Nat. Appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me entertained tonight, this morning. Fabulous. Love having people talking about all sorts of shit. We don't really care what it is. Just even talking about information about where we live and learning more about the from a global perspective. So yeah, have a great sleep. Thank you so much for your company. Hopefully, if you feel up to it and you want to tell your friends about an interesting podcast, we talk about all sorts of shit. If you want to go and check out our podcast, there's over a year's worth of them. Of an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. We are all talking about a belief because everyone believes in something, and we like to dissect and pull it apart and see what we come up with. Bunch of guys There's about 4 or 5 of us, half are Christian, half are atheists. We treat each other with a great deal of respect. We're not nasty. We don't abuse the shit. We leave that to Matt Dillahunty. He's very good at abusing people. He's an angry ant. We don't do that. We don't want to do that. We respect other people's beliefs. You know, I was a Christian for 25 years. I know exactly what it's like. Come back and see us again next Wednesday from 8 o'clock Australian Western Standard Time. Love to be a part of it. That'll be great. An atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. I shall bid you farewell, Nut. Thanks again. Have a great sleep, and we'll talk to you soon. Cheers. I know I'm still on. Just while I'm waiting, I just might put That'll do. It's too late. I'm too tired to play any sensible guitar. So I'm just going to chuck my little blanket over my guitar. Keeps the strings nice and fresh. And I think on that note, I will disappear. Thanks so much for your company. We'll do it again next Wednesday, which I mentioned before. Just happens to be the 6th, the 5th of, 5th of March, next Wednesday. Thanks for your company. My name's Peter Rowe. This has been a podcast episode, God knows which one, of an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. Thank you so much for your company, keeping us going all night. Is there one more message in there, or has it disappeared? Oh no, it's there. Good on you, everyone. Thanks so much. Cheers. We're out of here.